Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
Hello and welcome to Season 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today we'll be focusing on Brawl Stars, the Open Finals. Some of the team names have changed, but the players, they're still your favorites.
Fresh off their strongest international performance today at the Snapdragon Mobile Masters, Zulon and Tribe Gaming are eyeing a win tonight to maintain their supremacy over the region.
And what better possible way to start the night than a showdown with their biggest rival in North America, Stmn. Bobby and company will have their chance at revenge tonight after they lost to Tribe in the semifinals out in Tokyo.
And there's another story to keep your eyes on tonight, and that is CMG. Fade, Juan Carlos, RBM, and Toast come into tonight fresh off a first-place finish at the June Monthly, where they took down none other than Tribe Gaming. They're eager to prove that NA has more than 2 competitive teams.
That's right, we've got an amazing night of competition coming at you tonight. So let's not delay any longer. Friends, This is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
What it do, baby? Another season of the Snapdragon Pro Series coming at you right now. It's still me, F. Dot, back in the place to be, and I've got my friends alongside. What's good? Say hello to the North American crew. It's Kenny, and of course, we've got Ready Set right back where he should be. Ready, good to see you, man. How you been, bro?
I'm so happy to bring it back right here where it should be, in the objectively superior region. Okay, we saw Masters. We saw how fun it was.
Oh,
I'm glad to bring it
brother.
back home.
Kenny, what's good, man?
Great teams regardless. They are some great teams regardless. I'm really excited to see the action go down. Gonna be an awesome night with you again, fellas.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun jumping right on into the thick of it in the middle of summer. We took a little bit of a break because we had to go to Japan, and it was pretty sick watching some of the international competition. I think when it comes down to North America, listen, the BSC has things split east and west. This is old school style. This is all NA. And Tribe and Stmn, really, for a lot of fans, this is all NA. Ready, when we look at the marquee matchup here, you love to say El Clasico. This is largely what we look at. What have they been doing lately?
Yeah, I might like to say El Clasico too much, but it's still a very accurate description of this matchup. These two teams, they've been looking pretty similar to before they went off to Japan. Stamina, they found success before Japan in the BSC, taking a monthly final victory. They get a monthly final when they come back. Tribe, on the other hand, they take an L before heading to Japan. They take second place in Japan. They come back home only to be taken down by Chazmat Gaming for the second time this year.
Here's my thing, though. I very rarely let two teams kind of coast, and I've been talking about CMG for a while here, Kenny, and they've always been able to, like, hang, but as of lately, they're showing that they can really make some noise and contend with the best.
Look, Tribe had a lot of success at the international event in Japan. However, CMG have owned the home turf 2 months in a row, before break and post break. These guys are looking like the real deal, especially after that 3-0 convincing win against Tribe Gaming. I'm expecting big things from them tonight.
I mean, absolutely. I think we're at a point now where you kind of have to expect big things out of Chazmat. For a while, it was hard to kind of lean on them because you weren't sure which CMG you would get on any given Sunday. But as of late, we've seen more consistency, more camaraderie, and just more victories. And so I'm definitely a little bit more excited about the CMG squad. But we have more than 3 teams competing here today. I'm going to throw all of them at you right about now. And congratulations to Patchy and the boys, now repping the Luminosity gaming banner. That's a big deal. And they'll be facing off against Chazmat on the upside of things. We've also got Wash Team, the Beasts, Reconic Esports hanging out along for the ride as per usual. And there's El Clasico starting things in the upper bracket. But of course, this is double elimination for you, those of you looking at the side of your screen. So we do have the bottom side of the bracket ready. You see Wash and Reconic wind up on the good side.
Yes, sir, they do. Wash Team and Reconic, they're still going to have some pretty stiff opponents awaiting them on the other side. Depends on who drops down to the lower bracket in every single one of those teams. And the top 4 currently is looking like a serious matchup for these teams.
And even remaining 7 and untamable beasts who wind up leaving before the broadcast start will get to take home some dough. So everybody a winner here to a certain extent. A ton of money on the line. First place, of course, bringing home $3,000 here for our open finals today. So a lot of fun stuff going on this summer. And that's pretty much what we're jumping into. Just fun stuff this summer. As I said, just off the heels of our Japan trip, getting a chance to see international competition, now bringing it home and kind of bringing it a little bit back to normal. Just kidding. We're starting off with a marquee matchup, and I'm going to keep the energy up high because it's Tribe Gaming versus Stmn. Big Z is Livian Tyrant Star. They're going to go head-to-head against the green and yellow. These squads, we have seen them time and time and time and time and time and time again, but for good reason. Bobby, Sands, OG, and of course Czar in the wings here, ready, set. This is a matchup. I mean, this is just good Brawl to watch.
Oh, I mean, you're talking really the top two teams in North America at pretty much any stage of Brawl esports over the past couple of years. These two, they've traded off that #1 title repeatedly at LAN and even online too. But now on the big stage, Tribe Gaming and A, they managed to take down Stmn Esports, advancing on to the grand finals where they faced Reply Totem and took second place overall. It was a fantastic finish for both of these teams. However, we get to see them face one more, and who comes out on top?
I mean, that's the idea. We got to see, again, just like another given night of competition. It is double elimination, so both of these teams can wind up with an L and then find their victory towards the bottom side and still face off in the grand finals. Oh, bro, check this out. Look at Bobby right here. Straight up and down. I mean, the old adage is that a picture is worth 1,000 words, so that means a good video's got to be worth, what, like 10 G's at least? And I'm looking at, right? Bobby is just grilling that Tribe team. Dude, he looks past the trophy. He's just like, watch this right here. He's looking at the trophy. Nah, bro. He's looking at Tribe Gaming celebrate. Bobby is one of these competitors who, like, a lot of people, Kenny, a lot of people are hungry and want to be #1 and this, that, and the third, and they fight to win. Bobby, I think, gets energized by looking at his opponents. He's fighting not to lose. He needs to beat the opponent more so than he needs to take center stage, I think.
I love that kind of energy too. I mean, they're competitors at the end of the day. It's fun. They're all having a good time playing the game, but ultimately winning is what matters to these guys. They show up every single week grinding this game day in and day out, and especially to lose in the fashion that they lost in. This is ESL Masters, as big of a competition as it gets. They come right off of a win in San Diego, not just once, twice. They dropped 1 set in total in 2 matches against those fellas on finals day. And so to go down like that, nearly completing the reverse sweep, and then just falling short, it saw it on his face. I mean, it hurts, and I know those guys are going to be hungry to make up for that today.
Oh, facts. They have a whole second half of the year. It's just July. Right now, I want to ask you guys in chat who y'all think is going to take the victory, whether it's Tribe or Stmn on the other side. As far as me, I'm not going to predict because, well, I don't have to. Well, I don't have to. So I'm just chilling, and I'm here along for the ride. But trust me, I'm going to ask the casters what they're thinking. So as we jump into P's and B's, we've got Kaboom Canyon, Shooting Star, and Split if we need it. Best of 3, best of 3. Picks and bans are going on. Don't think you dodged it. Ready. Who do you have winning this match?
Look, I mean, much respect to both sides of the competition, but you asked me to pick one, and here, I'll pick Stmn. If anything, we could say they trade it back and forth, but I really think that most days of the week, Stmn are the kryptonite of Tribe Gaming. And I think Tribe Gaming really had the preparation, and they really had the upper hand at Masters due to their really, really good preparation. And what we've seen from Tribe Gaming is not really the strength that we typically see. Some of that can be owed to how strong Chazmac has been lately, but I don't know if they're necessarily bringing that energy today. Of course, it's all a mystery, but I'll still put my money where my mouth is. It's Stmn.
All right, Kenny. You heard Stmn from across the way. How you feeling?
I'm going to agree on this one. I'm going to take Stmn this time. I know Tribe won the last go-round, but it's, I don't know, that's partially why I think I just go back the other way. This is El Clasico. There's a ton of history between these two teams. It's been incredible matchups all year long, but I almost want to zig when they zag. So last time was Tribe. Give me Stmn. Let's see what happens.
Well, right now, looking at the draft, Tribe Gaming picking Lola and Brock. A lot of DPS there on the other side. Kaboom Canyon, though, Stmn going old school and going with the Colette. I think that's pretty strong stuff. Just kind of standard when it comes down to this. Eager to see where they finish off their picks and bans as far as this is concerned. Ready? Any ideas who you might go with Colette?
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, typically one of the good things that you can pair up with Colette is the 8-bit. Since Colette counters 8-bit pretty hard, they have decided to ban out this Brawler, and Tribe have gotten rid of some of the more important counters to Colette, some of the biggest being Eve and Belle. So I think this is a pretty good selection from Stmn. They've also picked up the Bonnie, which is countered by Colette, so probably good for them to pick up that one as their first pick. You can see sort of the buddings of these ideas in just that first pick. We also know that Colette is a Bob Marley favorite, so why not?
On the other side, the last pick remaining. And it's going to be the Dino. Man, one of my favorite characters. I also think that this is a nice look if you're going to... Well, Kenny, do you chase Colette around with this choice? Or... I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll figure it out where that's going to go. Kenny leaving me hanging. Ready, set. Is Buzz going to hunt down Colette? Are you going to leave me hanging?
You know, honestly, I thought it would be really funny to pause for a little bit longer there and leave you hanging just for the bit, but I couldn't do that to you, man. I couldn't do that to you, at least for longer than a second and a half, which coincidentally is about how long Buzz stuns any opponent. So we'll see who he decides to go for. But so far, seems like Czar is the primary target. He's not going to be as optimal as a target once he has that jump. However, he still will be able to lock in some good damage and some good stuns. Tribe Gaming in A, so far, great control of the mid. It could be short-lived. They have to be pretty prudent about which walls they decide to break open.
Yeah, and an excellent start here, digging this Tribe composition as well, but Stmn running the Squeak, a new very prevalent brawler in the meta, especially after our recent balance changes. Sands now trekking up the map here too, dive forward 10% instantly, but not before a Zulon stun back and forth right now. The teammates defend him though, Sands going to survive, and the onslaught continues. Now Bonnie getting involved.
Tribe Gaming in A, now with the counter assault. Need to take back that control of mid. With so many bushes missing, it's going to be tough for them to stay in this position. Stmn Esports do have a pretty tough regain of mid cut out for them. Big damage in from Sands as well. Zulon going to be taken down, but the damage is already done. It's time for the stamina counter push. They don't seem to have much gas left in the tank, though. Not a whole lot of health, not a whole lot of mobility. Bonnie is super, super slow, which makes her a pretty optimal target for Tyrant. Bobby still will be able to get a bit of damage in here with the Squeak, and a nice bit of damage there onto Zulon. He's actually using the first star power for Squeak, not the one that slows you with the super. Very interesting choices from Stmn Esports. We'll see if it works out for them. So far, Tribe Gaming in A, vastly in the lead.
Tribe in the lead, and all in thanks due to our partners, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Winning matters. Shout out to all of our wonderful partners who help make this action happen, and it's going to be great action here too. 40% lead now as Zulon dives in. Sands going to fall. Another super being charged too. Czar getting taken down instantly. Zulon putting in work right now. High safe down to 15%.
Stmn Esports looking for whatever control they can possibly get, but with Czar on the Bonnie here, it's going to be tough. Big grapple in from Zulon and takedown on the left. Counter response from Czar does take him down, and here's a super in from Tyrant. The final bit of damage does come in from that Brock super. It's Tribe Gaming in A taking game one.
Very good stuff coming out of them too, especially for an opening. I did like aspects of both of these compositions in general, but I think the buzz going into Squeak is something worth watching. In general right now, we've got this meta where Squeak's actually really darn good at the game. I talked with both Corey and OG on both sides here, and they both had very similar things to say about Squeak. On a lot of these maps here tonight, expect him to get banned, and if not, he's going to get some serious playing time. OG even quoted saying he's nearly a tank counter at this point with the amount of damage he does, so I'm expecting big things out of Squeak here.
Well, that explains the selection of damage with the super. That first star power selection, we'll have to see more contact from that one. We only saw one in the previous game. There's a super in from Sands. Defense on the right as well as Zulon gets taken down, and now Sands gets a pinch in around the right. Tyrant basically ignored and doesn't manage to land that super either. Unfortunate for him. Another grapple in from Zulon and a takedown into Bobby. Swift elimination of Zulon in turn, and almost a takedown of Sands. The final bits of damage now coming in. And Tribe Gaming do manage to take back mid. It could be short-lived depending on how Stmn Esports ramps up this counter assault.
Bobby with a nice kill here. Now a super inbound as well. Connects to Zulon. He's gonna have to be careful here, but the amount of pressure that he's putting on, unbelievable. Zulon grappling left, now dodging Bobby, just diving in at this point. It's gonna be a trade. Sands now the only brawler up in the mid for Stmn, and he could fold this positioning if he is not careful. Zar quick to return here. Zulon now in action as well. Another super being charged, and Dino Buzz goes to town once again. The amount of kills this man has is unbelievable.
Tribe Gaming and A still control the mid. More damage in from Tyrant with that super. Zar, Bobby still looking for control. Bobby especially now throwing down the residue at mid for a bit of slowing action. Block easier entry back into mid. There's one takedown at mid, another one potential on the right. No contact there with the super, and a grapple in onto Bobby. Zulon eliminated, and Sands has a super to match, as Livy doesn't have his own super up, so not the greatest value for Sands. He's still able to knock off 10% from that enemy safe. Zar now also pops his final gadget. Zulon looking for that grapple, optimal onto Bobby. A good takedown, but no follow-up as Sands now looks to lock in that final bit of damage alongside Zar, and that's game 2 going to Stmn Esports.
1-1 in game number 2 going very differently. I mean, it was so much pressure coming in from Stmn. Game number 1, a lot of kills piling up for Tribe, a lot of damage, everybody rotating in and out for high safe damage. Exact opposite in game number 2 here. Stmn really showing him what Colette can do. I think Sands was a huge role there. Zar, when he dives in, can do an insane amount of damage. And like I said, Bobby with the upgrade to Squeak, somebody that's definitely going to be a threat here.
Let's see how things have adjusted from one game to the next. Zulon immediately going for that safe, looking to lock in a lot of damage. Damage gear active as well, 15% more, and Zar's trying to hit these shots. There's one. In the meantime, Bobby and Sands get to go down on the enemy safe. Zar finally gets that takedown, but 55% remain on Stmn safe so far. Vastly more damage from Tribe than from Stmn so far, but Stmn does have the mid control. It might be difficult for Tribe to earn this back, but thankfully they have broken up in a lot of the bushes with Tyrant's gadget.
Super going down for Bobby as well, falling just short there, but it's getting closer and closer here as Stmn hold this positioning. Zulon trying to play defense, but sometimes offense is not the best defense. It's going to be a 2v1 situation. Bobby now trekking up the right-hand side as Sands recharges the HP, as Livy just piling up shot after shot, stun going through mid-swipe, but Sands still gets the damage. He cycles in another one as well. Super after super, all the damage now piling up here. Less than 10% to go and a couple Squeak shots, and Zar slides the final one through. It's going to be Stmn Esports in set number 1.
Wonderfully executed by Stmn. We saw some growing pains in this draft selection. It was very clear what Stmn wanted. They went for that Colette pretty early on, and then they selected the Bonnie later on. Very obvious that they wanted both of these selections locked in. They were also very observant of the draft. Tribe Gaming in A, however, did get that win in game number 1. I think it's pretty clear just by analyzing this top-down that Stmn Esports, they managed to sort of out-gameplay, out-mechanic Tribe Gaming in the next 2 games where they took 2 in a row.
Yeah, and I thought there were some good things going for this Tribe composition. You know, Squeak is in a very difficult position to handle right now, but I think drafting the Buzz makes a lot of sense to me. That would be one of the matches more intuitively. A tankier brawler going against a little bit of a squishier one. In general, that's going to go pretty well for them. And even the damage piling up for Tribe Gaming, kills very even across the board, 25 and 22. I mean, looking at this, it looked like a fairly even matchup, and maybe even one that slid towards Tribe Gaming on paper.
This is true. I mean, something I would say personally is that we saw a lot of kills from Stamina being sourced from Zulon, constantly supering in with Buzz and feeding a bit of damage to them as well. It worked in game number 1, not quite in game number 2 or 3. And I think really how this one panned out was that Stamina, they were ready for those grapples and they were ready for the Buzz supers. We see consistently Sands on the Colette peeling that brawler off of Squeak. And yeah, Buzz sometimes does accomplish its objective, get that kill on a Squeak, but even when he does, it always ended up in a trade.
We're already starting off the first set with a bang. F-Dot, what did you think here? I mean, wouldn't expect anything less from these two teams in a match.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I think you already really kind of nailed it there. Game number 1, we saw a little bit of craziness, and then everything kind of settled down, and Stamina wound up getting the victory after they adjusted to the Buzz, pretty much. I think that's really was it. Buzz kind of went off, and then they were like, okay, we get it now. And so because of that, Stamina wind up with dub in number 1. And we'll turn our page to our second set. Looking at Tribe and Stamina, obviously you want to take a look at how Tribe is going to bounce back and all this, but it's really hard. This is something we don't really talk about. Going from set to set, there's momentum. I'm not saying there's not, but it's a whole new draft. It's a whole new ball game. And like, yes, you can get in your own head here, ready, set, but I really do think that a lot of the momentum going from set to set is not as much as fans might think.
I would also say so too. I mean, you're looking at the top level of play. The two best teams, objectively, the two best teams in North America at this current moment. You should expect that by this time, they've nailed down the mental at least pretty well in the form of not allowing themselves to be too affected by that momentum. But what I will say is that historically, Tribe Gaming have been more susceptible to momentum and sort of the tilting action than Stmn have.
Well, our bans are out here as we take a look towards Shooting Star. And Stmn banning out the Piper, which is a nice look, is Livy. I mean, Stmn like to play it as well. But the Piper is definitely, I think, one of the Tribe favorites. And then likewise, Tribe banning out some of the Stmn favorites here, not just the Gray, but also the Mr. P, I think is a very, very big deal, Kenny. Looking at a lot of comfort pick bans here in Stmn versus Tribe.
Yeah, interesting for sure. I see the Gray out there too. Bobby, most notably, a very strong Gray player, and I think Gray just somebody who's strong in this meta. I'm kind of looking out for brawlers like Bonnie or Mandy here. Bonnie, somebody who pretty diverse in what she can do, right? A very dynamic brawler, aggressive, up close, long range as well. A lot of health points, which is something that's a big deal. And then of course, Mandy has such an insane super. I mean, every time you connect with an enemy brawler, it charges up half of your super as well, and it can go all the way across the map. And it looks like our picks are piling in now. Gus also doesn't surprise me too much, but there's the Bonnie that I noted. It's just such a good brawler in the meta right now.
Real strong stuff. I mean, just has been interesting to see Bonnie stick around. I mean, Janet's with the change to drop the base, she is not as prominent, but one Sun Sister is. And I think when it comes down to bounty, I say this a lot on Knockout as well, that Bonnie just makes a lot of sense because she can go in and just put an exclamation point on it. Bonnie's downside to the jump in is the response from the other team, but if you jump in at 1 second and get the kill, there is no response from the other team. So it's all good in the hood. That's the mentality there. But as we look across the way, ready, set, you've got Sprout, and we're waiting on production to kind of fill us in at the moment. But Sprout, always a decent look, one of your favorite brawlers.
Definitely a personal favorite of mine, one that's a bit difficult to run if you run it a little bit earlier in the draft. The last pick does go to Stmn. They have that Grom to counter with, and this is sort of why Sprout's going to be a lot stronger as that final pick, since you aren't able to counter the thrower by that time. Now, Stmn, they're not necessarily countering the Sprout so much as they are playing into it accordingly. They have the thrower v thrower matchup. This will be probably fair. I would say at a higher level of play, you should most likely see that Sprout come out on top more than the Grom, since Grom, his shot is a lot easier to dodge, and Sprout has overgrowth, really large projectile explosion.
All right, well, we're getting confirmation in here from Tribe. Well, who needs it? We're jumping on in here. That third pick for Tribe seems to be in the right lane. All right, boys. I'll see you on the other side.
Let's get it.
Kicking things off.
Stmn Esports
Gonna be kicking.
already making big moves around the left side. Bobby trying to keep this lane versus Zulon. Sands on the right side also, all marked up by the RT. A good takedown, and Tribe Gaming are in the lead.
Yep, it's going to be a contention for that blue star, and it's going to pay off for Tribe as Livy playing the Sprout here, one of the best brawlers that he runs. Been trained by Corey, who used to be the Tribe Sprout, and now he continues to pop off with this brawler. Love seeing him do it. He knows how to place these walls super well, and this may seem like a wide open map, but you can certainly throw down these walls, cycle them in and out with the gadget, and be a real pest to the other team. So love seeing this selection from them, and I definitely think it can work out.
We'll have to see. Great connection of that super, but a takedown onto Zulon is looking pretty threatening. Slow on to Bobby, and a lot of shots are going to rain in from his Livy, but he's not able to stay there for very long. Some damage in from Czar. No connection with the Grom Bomb either, but Tribe Gaming still lead by a single star, and Sands has that crucial super on the right lane. It's 40 seconds. We call it GG. Stmn Esports still are down by 1 star.
2-3. Close fight right now. It's going to be Czar marked up here. Bell, the long-distance battle on the left-hand side. Shots being lobbed down by both throwers. A lot of similar type of duels going down on the map right now. And with 15 seconds to go, it's going to come down to the wire here. Only one star being the difference maker.
10 seconds remain. Stmn Esports got a lot of ground to cover. They want to recover the star. 5 seconds now remain. Takedown into Zar. Sands has a lot of work cut out for him. No takedown onto Tyrant. Bobby looks for that final shot, but it wouldn't even made a difference. That's Tribe Gaming NA with a game number 1 win.
1-0 for Tribe, and I mean, it is somewhat of a slower pace kind of game here, right? Not too much aggression, but sometimes that's what it is in professional bounty. You know, in our casual ladder games at home that I play in, we hit that 20-star threshold all the time, but these guys don't make mistakes often, and when they do, each side's going to capitalize on it, which is why things are going to lead to scores like 3-2. Don't expect that the whole way, though. Sometimes things really start to open up, especially as that clock dwindles down.
First star once again going to Tribe Gaming NA as Livy picking that one up. A good takedown into Zar as well with the RT. Gadget Sands all the way slowed down on the left. He's left hanging, and that's 3 kills. Rather 2 to start off our game for Tribe Gaming NA. Recovery also of that head from his Livy. Eliminating a lot of the bushes that Zar had to seek for cover earlier. Now Tribe Gaming NA simply look to maintain position, hold on to those supers as best as they can, and keep Stmn from pushing them back too far.
Sands now taking advantage of this indestructible wall as well. Sprout trying to make the connection there. Sands actually low HP and is going to go down. It's beginning to get out of hand here just a little bit. 7-0 is a healthy lead in bounty. Something you don't see too often here. Like I said, this is about as many stars as we got in the entirety of game number 1. Now a cutoff right-hand side. Castle going down. Sands falling weak once again. Another kill for Tribe Gaming. They're nearly at double digits.
Bobby at risk of getting taken down. He's looking for that kill on Tyrant, but he's just 136 damage short. And Zar's path is cut short also by the hedge. He does have that Grom Bomb in hand. With just over 30 seconds remaining, Stmn Esports can absolutely take this one back, but it's going to be a very tough journey. Sands also marked up on the left, usually leveraging his large health pool as Bonnie to push forward. Now has a lot of extra damage that enemies can mark onto him. 20 seconds remain. Tribe Gaming NA still denying a single kill, a single star to Stmn Esports.
No kills given up, but that might change here. Now trades going down on both sides. 10 seconds to go as Livy's going to fall as well. 5 stars being the difference maker. They need Tyrant plus one of the respawns in Zulon low HP. Makes the connection back and forth affair, but the kills add up for Tribe Gaming here. And all of a sudden, it's a 1-1 overall and a quick set of bounty.
Wonderfully executed by Tribe Gaming NA. I'll chalk a lot of this up to the Sprout selection from Tribe Gaming NA. It's very clear that they knew that there was a high likelihood that they'd be playing into a thrower, and they picked up the one that they wanted pretty early on. You saw also, yes, there was one takedown. There was one takedown with the use of Grom, and there were plenty more with the Sprout, and also there was the acquisition of that blue star early on. Elimination of the bushes. We simply saw Tribe get a lot of utility out with that Sprout.
Yeah, I think Sprout is just one that, as Livy's great at, it makes a lot of sense, and we're just in such an interesting meta for Brawl Stars. Despite all these balance changes, I do feel like there are a lot of similarities to pre-balance change that we had, despite all the new gadgets and star powers getting reworked a little bit here. But at the end of the day, sometimes you just got to keep it simple, and Bounty is a mode about kills, and I thought the Sprout really helped them dictate the pace of the match, kind of craft the map the way they want. I think Sprout overall, a brawler that this team is good with, a brawler that makes sense there in the matchup, and when those two kind of go together, it's tough to beat for anybody, even somebody as good as Stmn.
Now, in terms of the stats, I'm usually willing to be kind of dismissive of them, but this time we see a lot more damage for Tribe Gaming NA. So they have more stars, they get more damage, cool, but it's not even like they were holding for a super long time. They were also getting kills. This wasn't Stmn trying to push in for the entire game and Tribe defending. Tribe were sort of handing it to them for this entire set, which is a good outlook for them headed into set 3.
Well, I thought we got a pretty close one on our hands.
Hey, we do, man.
Overall, what you think?
You're absolutely right. It has been a close one, but I think that Stamina came in here a little bit slow. Listen, 33,000 damage just speaks for itself. So at the end of the day, I'm with you, Reddy. A lot of times I can kind of just like, it's important that we show you the numbers. The winning team got more stars. Hooray. But here I think the numbers actually do dictate a lot of what was going on here. So nice, fun, good things if you're a Tribe fan. But if you're a Brawl fan, good stuff, because we're up to match or set number 3, which is... All right, real talk. I asked you guys predictions. You said Stamina. Do you expect a third game? Because I did not.
I'll raise my hand. I was kind of expecting a game 3 from these guys. I mean, they always go super close. They'll go head-to-head. I still expect Stamina to come out on top, but okay, it comes down to set number 3. I always start getting a little bit antsy.
A little bit. Split here. Obviously, the decision maker because it's our third one, but taking a look at how these guys play, it is a great one to have for game number 3. I was just waiting for the bans to come through because that's really the meat and potatoes of this conversation here, Kenny. Looking at Stamina, they're banning out the Stu, they're banning out the Shelly, and the Griff, who he got some play in Europe today, which is really interesting as well. And then across the way, Tribe banning what Stamina likes to play.
Yeah, and the Sprout first overall, look, it's a brawler that I've seen a ton in scrims recently. We've seen it in actual gameplay as well. Sprout and Squeak are a couple brawlers that I'm definitely looking for here, and one that's an NA favorite and one I've seen get a ton of playtime here too. Not often banned, but Lu. So a handful of stuff to go down here to start their draft. Stmn going with one of the more popular picks right now. It's going to be Sprout for a long time. That's not necessarily what you got out of this map, but it's the world we live in for Brawl Stars. Of course, it's a double Shelly ban. Hard to top Shelly right now. She is still absolutely insane. What she did in the BSC this past week, unbelievable Hall of Fame type numbers. So I totally understand why in a match point kind of setting that we have, that neither team wants to deal with that.
On the other side, though, Reddy, we see a little bit of a strategy starting to bud out here. And there's the Ash with the Colonel Ruff. So Ash, I mean, Ash is always very, what's the word? I don't know the word, but he's very polarizing. That'll be the word. He's either on or he's off. Right now, meta changes, Brawl Talk recently. Is Ash on?
Short answer, yes. And longer answer, as long as his biggest counters are eliminated, then yes. And with Shelly out of here, and Shelly's like the everything counter because she's just so darn good at basically everything in the game right now, then I think Ash can absolutely flourish. Stmn are going to have to get creative about how they decide to deal with this. There's not a doubt in my mind that they had not considered Ash when they went for that Sprout first pick. This is, I would say, there's so much going on here in this draft and so much I want to remark on. First of all, the Barley ban from Tribe, you know, they didn't want to play into that, sure. But maybe because they want to pick up the Sprout, Stamina says, okay, yeah, cool, let's pick up the Sprout first pick. It's going to be a big liability as our first selection, but we'll still go for it. And then Tribe, they play into that counter-wise. I'm not super sure about the Colonel Ruff since his bags will be pretty easy to take down for the Sprout. He's definitely not going to be running bags now that Squeak is part of the equation. But Ash is going to be the main thing that Stamina will struggle to deal with here, I believe. It's going to come down to how well they can play this loot, how well they can line up the shots and get the freeze down.
I also have to think on the other side as an Edgar selection is locked on in here. You know, a lot of the math that you drew, a lot of the logic math that you drew from the dog pick, right? They go Ruffs, so the other squad is going to pick up Sprout because they know that, and then that means that we'll see the Squeak, which means that the Dogman won't run sandbags. Stamina loves Squeak lately. They pick a lot of Squeak. If I'm Tribe and I'm doing my homework, which I assume they are, I know that they're going to lean that way. So with that in mind, the Edgar selection to counter that out, Kenny, mwah, genius.
It's a bold pick too. I mean, this is a set one each, and it's coming down to the wire, and they're putting their faith in a brawler that certainly has not been tested as much recently. Stmn rocking what I would call a much more meta composition right now. On the other end, they're just getting aggressive ready. Czar starting off with a kill here, back and forth right now as we kick off for set number 3.
Jump in from Tyrant, instant aggression onto Czar, and Bobby looks for some damage, but Tyrant's already got that kill locked in, and the left side is blocked off to anyone who dares enter. Tyrant also dodges out so much damage. This guy is one of the scariest players you can face on lane, so much so that Stmn have basically given up their chances of moving on that left side for a good few seconds now, looking to dash back in. Sands needs this first super. He's able to charge it up relatively fast, but you gotta hit targets to charge it up, man. There it is, the first super in. The stun onto Zulon, the freeze comes down, and a big seed comes down on top of Tyrant as well. Czar with the elimination, and now another jump in. Tyrant's got the easy kills to farm up on the left side, as long as he's able to get out of the way of Bobby. Zulon also great dodging of some of those shots. Tribe Gaming NA firmly in the lead.
Poor Czar, just a tough matchup for him, and I know for the people at home, you're not used to seeing Edgar, but believe it or not, he's getting the occasional play right now, and this is a very circumstantial spot where I think it can work, but right now there's a big battle on the left-hand side too. So while Czar's been fresh out of luck, as Livy will survive left-hand side, it's going to be neck and neck here, as Czar going to be able to claim very valuable percentage points on the left. Bobby now a sprint to the left. It's going to come down to the wire. Here is Sands and teammate Czar cap it off on the right-hand side. Match point, Stmn.
I think we saw so much Sprout bullying that entire time. Czar was given a real rough ride. Tyrant, this was the first kill. He got, I think, 2 or 3 more in the same exact way. Just farm up that Edgar super, you charge it for free, then jump in, the easy kill onto Czar. And he even managed to be a big distraction in that left lane for a good long while, but it didn't keep Stmn Esports from getting percentage captured on the right lane. I'm almost shocked at the outcome of that last one, considering how decisive that was for Tyrant versus Czar, but the rest of the team managed to fill in and pick up where Czar wasn't able to make any progress. Tribe Gaming NA now neck and neck with Stmn. Tyrant still firmly playing in that left side.
Tyrant bottom left-hand side. He's been a real pest the whole way through. Now Sands rotating over to the tanky brawler, but it's Zulon who gets the swipes down. The robotic rats kicking in here too, pushing Bobby away. As Livy back in prime positioning, as there he is again. Tyrant jumping over the rocks, diving into the enemy team and picking up some very valuable damage and kills. He's been a great distraction in the role he's been playing, so pivotal for their success in game number 2.
Now takedown of Zulon. Tyrant could be next on the menu. Almost. Sands, he's getting dodged and juked out hard. Tyrant's going to look for that team kill, and here it comes. The final few punches coming in. The fisticuffs in action, and Czar falls. Bobby and Sands have a lot of work to do on this right lane. Already the asteroids are going to prevent them a little bit on that right side, but now it's a 3v1. Zulon now running for the hills, and is Livy having to respawn. Tyrant now jumping in. An easy kill onto Bobby, it looks like. Sands not able to back up that defense either. A capture of the right side could be good progress for these guys. They're able to get just within that 9% of Tribe Gaming NA's capture so far. But they blocked themselves off of the left side. They need that kill on a Zulon before they can really make any progress in the left zone.
Czar dropping a perfect wall right there too. It's going to completely cut off Tyrant. Zulon and Tyrant still able to defend this though, and Zulon a perfect candidate as well to try and take on Czar. Again, so many health points, so much aggression, and now another dive in from Tyrant as well. Sands beams him down though. The Winter Wonderland nearly capturing his Livy. Was very close for him before he went ice skating. Zulon now pinching in. Czar claiming the left-hand side as his Livy captures some very big percentage points on the right. It's pretty close right now. Czar clearly in favor on the left-hand side, and Tribe just now deliberating what to do. Looks like they're going to focus left, but another castle being placed down. Czar going to be able to juggle this well. Another Sands super. It's going to be neck and neck here before you know it.
Rockstar defense here from Sands, dodging out so much damage, even able to take down Tyrant in tandem with Bobby. A final elimination on the right lane, and as Stmn Esports managed to take back the lead. The Rats come down on the right side. Zulon's trying to push in, but Sands and Bobby keep on defending furiously. Another takedown onto Tyrant on the left lane, and Czar's completely blocked off, inaccessible, no supercharge for his Livy as the final 2 points roll in, and Stmn Esports take the match.
Such a great match to kick off the night. Man, this is why NA is so great. Sands was somebody to watch for me, but in game number 2, at the very end there, was a trick I was looking for the whole time. Czar put down a perfect wall. There's a little trick you can do on that left-hand side where you can dip your pinky toes in and have a complete cutoff there because the lane is so skinny, and Czar being a veteran player, a great Sprout overall, often doing it for Stmn, just made it work wonderfully. But again, for me, I think Slew was just insane insane, just beaming down brawlers left and right. Sands for MVP for me for that game.
Not only that, not only the shots that connected from Sands, but also all of those shots that Sands dodged. The guy is slimy when you put him so on the lane, even in a 1v2. You put him up against Colonel Ruffs. He sees those angles before you've even shot the projectile, it looks like sometimes. Really well done. I'll definitely put Sands down as an MVP, considering that Lu can be a pretty challenging brawler to play. Any brawler that has a barrage of shots where you have to strafe with your target to hit a lot of them is going to be difficult to play. And this guy, he lives on Brawl Stars. He just knows how to get it done.
Yeah, I think Sands doing a marvelous job at that. And like you said, a very tough brawler to play. But at the end of the day, two of us right in the casting desk. Doesn't count for Mr. F. though. He didn't make a prediction.
No, I predicted that I would be correct, so I am always correct. I want to shout out my man Tyrant, though, on the other side. That Edgar pick, listen, I know it didn't work in the end of it, but there was one smooth play where he showed us what Edgar was supposed to do. And that's what I always like to see that, because, like, these teams, when they lose the draft, they don't just, like, chill and pick a couple of guys. There was still an idea. There was still a method to the madness. And I really like to get a chance to see actually what they were looking for. We saw it. They just couldn't find it. And Stamina wound up on top, mainly because of Sands, like y'all said. So a great look so far at where these guys have been going. And here's the zoom out look as where everybody is landing. So again, Chazmac loses to Luminosity on the top side of things, which puts Patchy and the guys up against Stamina here in the upper bracket. Now, reminder, there is a bottom side, so CMG not all the way out. They have to play against Reconic, which, all right, you want my prediction? I'm predicting Chazmac there. And then we've got Wash Team versus Tribe. That one, honestly, like, listen, I think it's easy to say, Reddy, that Tribe come on top, but Batuchas and everybody, Wash Team is not a sleeper.
I will say, Wash Team, they're a remarkably talented squad. They've seen sort of a roster swap as well lately, but those growing pains are now starting to subside. We're starting to see a more cohesive roster. Versus Tribe Gaming NA, I wouldn't count them out, though I will say they're going to have a very, very tough matchup.
Well, all of these matchups are looming on the horizon. We're going to show you these matchups, but first, we're going to show you a brief break. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Brawl Stars.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
And the saga rages on, but the latest chapter is owned by Stmn. Tribe and Stamina, one of the larger brawleries. All right, they don't pay me to write, they pay me to talk, Reddy said, but this is seriously what we're talking about. One of the biggest rivalries in Brawl. Luminosity and Stamina are sitting up here, but there's still more Brawl to play. In fact, there's a heck of a lot of Brawl to play, to be honest with you. Chazmac wind up losing to Patchy and the boys, but if we shift over to the lower bracket, which is where we're going to be showing you the competition, this is really where the story sits. Remaining 7 and Untamable Beasts, we say farewell. And now we have 2 in front of us. Wash Team will take on Tribe Gaming. But our matchup that we will feature here is CMG versus Reconic. Now, Reconic Esports, the artists formerly known as West Coast, like I said, Reddy, there's a lot going on the top side, but this is where we're eating. We're talking about Reconic versus CMG. We highlighted CMG at the beginning of the show today as well. They have been one of the most exciting teams to watch for my money.
And at some point during the competitions leading up to the stage, in those open cups that have led up to this very day, I've remarked on simply how impressive Chazmac Gaming and A have played recently, the mechanics, but especially the synergy between these teammates. It's remarkable, and at one point I said it is the single best bit of gameplay that we have seen in North America to date, and the exact map and the exact day is escaping me, but just keep that in mind. I mean, I've been doing this for a while, and I think we saw some of the best synergy coming out of this very team.
Well, across the way, to worry about some of the best gameplay is Reconic Esports here. Jack Chepo and Shine, and they take Frixie from one of the other squads. I guess that's somewhat recently, but it's been a while that they've been able to play with this roster now, Kenny. And that's one of the big things that we talk about when it comes to trades or acquisitions is that synergy and how it's going to work out. But Frixie's been on the team for a little bit now. How do you think this squad, Reconic, have really settled in? I guess we'll find out in a little bit. But for my money, this Reconic squad has really been impressive with the likes of Frixie aboard. Frixie was one of my favored players on the other teams here already. How do you think Frixie fits in with the rest of the guys here?
I mean, seems to fit in pretty well. There's definitely such a thing as growing pains. We'll try not to use that too much, but it's a very real thing. I've heard from some sources that, okay, synergy this, synergy that, it doesn't matter too much, but really it speeds up the efficiency of your team comms and means that you can rely on your teammates to pull out some good moves and hold their own on a lane. So I think this is what we can really expect to see from Reconic. Now they've had a bit more time to settle in, form these synergies. I'm excited to see what they get up to.
I mean, that's, you know, you bring up a good point here where when we talk about players coming in, synergy this, synergy that, I think that made sense yesteryear. But teams are better now, dude. It's very rare that you're just better than your opponent. You need to find that extra stuff. And I think that extra stuff is that synergy, which is why Chazmac, a team that has been the same squad for mad long, are now finally starting to see a little bit more of that consistent up ramp because they have that synergy, maybe that, but now they're here hitting their stride and really stepping forward. So I think Reconic have their work cut out for them. I'll give you my prediction. I do think this is a Chazmac victory.
Well, okay, but you also said that Chazmac would beat Tribe Gaming last month. So you're officially a Chazmac Gaming fan. I'll just say it, even if you won't say it yourself. I will say I expect Chazmac Gaming to win too. Not because I'm a Reconic hater, but because I think CMG are seriously playing the best that they ever have in Brawl Stars at the moment, and I don't see that stopping pretty soon.
So who won, Chazmac or Tribe?
Well, Chazmac won.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying. You're saying that I'm a fan? No, I'm just a genius. Ready, set? Come on now. What can I tell you? It's just math.
Okay. Whatever you decide to chalk it up to, I'm citing the math of Tribe Gaming getting second at Masters just prior to facing Chazmac, who, I mean, I didn't see him at Masters, but I see him doing pretty well on the home turf. So I'll put my money on them to take this one over Reconic. I'm expecting a Chazmac victory here. We'll have to see as we get into Pinhole Punt for the very first map of this showdown.
You know what? That's good. I'm glad you brought the works cited there and brought the international competition. That certainly means a lot. But this matchup is how we find out who moves on to the next spot. Pinhole Punt, Flaring Phoenix, and Dry Season if we need it. And as far as the bans coming out, I think these are pretty strong bans on the Reconic side. Ems has been pretty devastating in Brawl Ball across the board. Ash recently showing up and, well, calls Carl. And then across the way, you've got the Shelly, the Poco, and the Crow. All 6 of these are really just strong Brawl Ball bans. I have nothing deep to say about them, but they're all good choices.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say that too. These are all just good brawlers all around. There's nothing that seriously sticks out to me so far, except for, I guess, that Chazmac are getting rid of both Crow and Poco. Crow can be pretty frustrating to deal with. It's kind of appearing to me now that they don't want to deal with Crow, but they don't want the Crow ban to open up the Poco gameplay, even though they are pretty skilled Poco players themselves. Reconic across the way, some interesting bans for themselves too, just good consistent brawlers like you said. We see the Carl coming out, or rather being banned out. Im's also a selection getting banned out, which is not exactly one of the most OP brawlers on this map. Just a good selection, and it still leaves some things open too.
So that's really what I was getting at. That's really what I was trying to... I was baiting you into this conversation. We got there, okay? The point is that all these brawlers are strong brawlers, and I'm not angry. Like, none of them are, wow, you really banned that one. But there's a lot of room above these brawlers as well. In fact, characters like Ems are usually the brawlers who make it through because other brawlers wind up getting banned above her, which is why we see so much Ems. And when I see these type of bans, I'm always very curious to think about what they're going to select. You know, obviously we still have the spikes, etc., available and stuff, but with this sort of like superficial surface level ban phase, what do you expect out of the picks?
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, now with Ems being selected, you say usually this is a brawler that we see sneaking through because of other bans that are present. Barley is notably really, really difficult to deal with on this map, and as a result gets banned out. That opens the doors for Ems. She gets pretty hard countered by Barley, unless there's like some wall break action stuff, and even then there are unbreakables to be thinking about. That said, I'm expecting the Barley to come into the draft in some form if it's not theoretically eliminated by another selection.
I agree there. I think that this is one of those drafts that there's just a lot to play with, and we're going to jump in there. Apologies for the breakdown, but everything's moving forward, and we've got Toast on Stew, which is usually a recipe for a victory, but Toast is actually the first one to fall down, giving Reconic kind of the ball, both literally and figuratively. Although nobody really touching it just yet, as Shine trying to open up the left-hand side. Toast dodging and weaving and making use of that stew, but still just a little bit pushed forward here.
More action in with Amazy, an attempt at popping off that super to get some knockback, but didn't come through quite soon enough. Takes a moment to charge up that super to get the full effect of that super. Reconic Esports now sort of having to fall back as Toast looks for an opponent. Now does find some value in taking down Chepo. Potentially no action just yet. Juan Carlos will be able to finish him off, and Shine now looks for the control around the left side. Frixie also has this ball. They're gearing up for a big push in Kenny, and Chazmac Gaming have to gear up for a major defense.
It's good to be back, and it's nice to see Mazy rising in the meta. It's something when I talked to my pro players a little bit earlier, they mentioned Mazy being so powerful. There's the big pushback right there. Chepo dribbling, trying to get this ball in through the net, goes for the extra play, can't quite slide it through. Great effort, but excellent defense coming in from the team from the east. It's going to be Chazmac Gaming. The red roster now moving down the map.
Toast just pushing that ball into the left corner, now resuming the mid-game play. Chepo manages to block off a lot of damage with the life plant, still stays alive. Could get the takedown with the use of the super. Fertilize also keeping him alive and healthy. Frixie now with the dash in and the super to match, but not too much value off of it. Toast has to fight for his life. The super over to the right, and it shouldn't be too hard for him to get that super back up, but sometimes it can be so difficult to get the Stew super back after you've been left without it. Shine on the left side does get that takedown versus RBM, and Toast now has to commence the assault on mid if he wants his team to have any chance of defending the push.
Oh man, those Frixie supers are just so lethal, and the amount of plays you can make in Brawl Ball specifically are ridiculous. I saw a clip from Tensai earlier with a triple kill, just cycling that super in and out. It can go crazy, so I'm expecting big things out of Mazy here in this set. The Mr. P Porter's trying to play the extra defender now on the map. 4 seconds left to go. Ball top left-hand side, and the walls are coming down. It's gonna be left to CMG to try and grab this ball and push it up the map.
Only one super inside, and it's RBM's. Juan Carlos could be pretty close to getting it, and Shine is doing his best to keep Toast out of range. Just one shot and he has that super, and that's a goal potential right there. Chepo and Shine are also deadly low on health. There's a super up the right lane. The takedown clears the way, and Chazmac Gaming get the game number 1.
What a play there at the end, too. And I mean, honestly, awesome defensive effort coming in overall from the red roster. Fantastic stuff from Chazmac Gaming. Toast with a beautiful goal here to cap off that very competitive game, but Reconic with a few opportunities just couldn't quite close it out again. Chazmac Gaming holding on for dear life, and when it matters most, they're able to defend, successfully retaliate, and the end game there goes in their favor. Well played to Toast and the boys.
Well, Chazmat Gaming got to make that magic happen once again, preferably earlier than overtime, but they do seem to have a pretty decent advantage in OT since they can aggress Shine a lot more easily, and I think the same goes for Chepo on the spike. You're able to dodge the fertilize pretty easily when there are no walls to be worrying about when you need to path around the spikes. Juan Carlos on the left side has his super in hand. A takedown to Toast is going to clear the way for a bit more action. Another one onto Juan Carlos, and RBM is defending with his life on the Penguin. Chepo just on a smidge of health left. That pass up to RBM saved his life just now. And he has to dodge out a bit more damage. Toast goes for the kill, but nothing. No value for you. He'll only get knocked back and slowed down. A bit more damage in from Chepo, and Reconic Esports managed to hold the mid control.
Chepo doing a great job of tasking against Toast there. I mean, the life plant goes such a distance into Toast, and Spike in general can be such a favorable matchup. Also, the change to that star power might be another reason why Chepo is running this life plant going down, protecting against Toast. Toast just forced to go away. Finally juggling another super in there as well. RBM left-hand side, trying to deal with Shine here too. They're slowly creeping up once again, but we need to see them execute on a goal this time. That's something they couldn't quite do in game number 1.
They're also trying really hard to deny supers, especially that of Frixie, because, well, that almost guarantees him a goal if he's able to pop it off correctly. He has a gadget and super combo, but still the lanes need a win in order for him to effectively move in. Big amount of damage on Juan Carlos. No slow, though. He still remains alive. Just a whole lot of damage from Shine. RBM on the left side also trying to hold that area. Frixie now with the knockback and the slow takedown onto Toast. And Juan Carlos and RBM have to shove this ball up the back left pocket. They do get taken down, both in turn on the left side, but they bought enough time for Toast to possibly get a defense. Still looking for that kill. Frixie taken down, and Chepo knows that this is not going to be a goal. Juan Carlos and RBM respond just in time. Great cycling of the respawns from Chazmat Gaming for the defense.
First 3/4 of the map, the easiest to crawl up, but the goal side, impossible at this point. Oh, so close, yet so far. Reconic, once again, tie ball game here, and like you alluded to earlier, overtime can be a little bit more difficult for some of these brawlers here. Toast really gonna have to play this to perfection. Juan Carlos by no means a sharpshooter. Mr. P with the little distance, but Frixie with the super in hand here too. This is where things could start to get tough. It's gonna be a matter of who can pick up some kills first, but now Toast aggressing left-hand side, trying to catch up to Shine here, who throws down a super of his own. Does make the tag onto Toast, but keep in mind, it's not going to be a slowdown there, electing to run the other star power. It's become very popular recently. Kick over to the right-hand side, one to RBM as well. Shots being thrown down here. Low HP for Chepo, low HP for Shine. CMG focusing him down. Kick to the right-hand side. Dives not enough for the goalkeeper here. It's going to be Chazmat Gaming taking our first set.
Such a close call. We almost saw that defense from Frixie, but it was just a moment too late with the gadget. Chazmat Gaming wonderfully executed. It seemed like they had that coordinated aggression at all the right moments, especially when they had a man down on the right side. They knew they wouldn't be able to defend the ball properly if they kept it in the back left corner. They went on a miss up the left side. Yes, they knew that they would both die, but they had to commit to push that ball away from the goal and allow time for the respawn. I think we're seeing great emergent gameplay from Chazmat Gaming and some great calls made in the team comps.
I like what you said there. Just calculated times to push in. That's a lot of Brawl Stars in general. I often call this passive-aggressive gameplay. Chazmat Gaming, they played defense when they had to, but at a moment's notice, they flipped the switch, time for offense. We've got a positional advantage. We've got the numbers. That's just some veteran-type leadership stuff coming out of them and some well-executed plays overall. Despite more damage coming in for Reconic, it's ultimately about goals scored. It's Brawl Ball after all, and I thought Chazmat Gaming just played the game mode a little better.
Yeah, I think what we've seen from Chazmat is, I think it goes a little bit beyond calculated, right? Maybe they've calculated that they have to go for the push right here, right now, because statistically, we're just not going to be able to win if we stay on the defense.
It's a little bit tough. I mean, that's one of the different things about Brawl Ball is that it sort of forces you to be more aggressive earlier on. A lot of the other game modes, I feel like you can kind of like wait for your moment and then strike. Whereas if you do that in Brawl Ball, you're not guaranteed to get it. Then you got to go do overtime, and there's just a whole lot going on there, Kenny. And so, excuse me, I like what you said there before was that Chazmat just played this game mode better. They played Brawl Ball better.
Yeah, it's something we talk about a lot, right? I mean, the numbers are great. It looks flashy on the screenshots, but kills are only the thing that matters in some game modes. In Brawl Ball, it certainly helps, but it's not the end-all, be-all. It's ultimately how many balls can you put in the back of the net, and Chasmic Gaming were simply better at that. And Reddy pointed this out, too. It's sometimes about being more calculated, about being more pointed about when you get aggressive. They hold back, use their resources when they get a little bit of an advantage, and I think that's why they were the better team on Pinhole Punt.
Yeah, I mean, it's something, you know, something I used to say in a past life that old fans will remember is it's about the stuff after the stuff. And that's really what Brawl Ball is about. It's about scoring. You can get kills to open up that window, or you could just not. Either way is fine as long as you're scoring. Flaring Phoenix, though, when it comes to knockout, much different game plans. Sprout and RT are knockout bastions. They are always around, and here they are banned this time around. Other notable characters that we like to see on Knockout, we see a lot of, well, actually we see a fair amount of Braum. I was going to bring up the fact that we see a lot of Bonnie, as she's a nice emphatic ending point. And the Edgar that we saw earlier, all right, never mind. But we do see some Grom here already. Talk to me about this draft so far.
Yeah, well, you call out the Bonnie, and here she is. I think that she could struggle into that Grom since she doesn't have a whole lot of speed. Grom might be able to hit his shots more effectively. He's going to have some trouble into that Gray, too. I think this opens a lot of doors for Chasmic in terms of countering this one brawler. Reconic still have a couple more picks up their sleeves that they could use to deal with the Gray and the Bonnie. Gray, I think it's pretty clear that you can just use anything that soaks up a whole bunch of damage to deal with him. He doesn't have the greatest DPS. Bonnie, not necessarily the same. It's more about can you withstand when she jumps in. That's what the Gus is there for. He's going to have that shield ready to go. But really, I'm looking more for that final pick. That's what he's going to be paired up with. It's the final one from Reconic Esports, and I think that Daryl is going to be some great value, especially paired up with the Gus shield.
Daryl roll. I mean, this really kind of goes and doubles up with what I usually say about Bonnie and some of the other leap-in assassins in Knockout, Kenny, is that, you know, these really aggressive characters who, these are brawlers that get slapped back. They roll in, they jump in, and then they do their damage, and then after that, they get responded to, and that's what it's all about. Well, there isn't that much time to respond on the other side. One way to deal with that, though, is a mute from Otis. Oh, I kind of like this, Kenny.
Yeah, Silva Starfish is going to be a great ally here. And I think this draft was actually setting up really nicely for a Barley selection. But once I saw that Gus cam in, I knew an aggressive brawler was going to be paired with it. So hands were off there. It's nice to have a throw on this map, but I do like the option of having somebody like Otis who can do much better into the aggro shotgun brawler that is Daryl. I think this pairing of long-range Gus, but his utility is what makes him count and why he can be such a good partner to somebody like Daryl, an aggressive brawler. And if he throws his super at him, that's 3k plus extra HP that he gains all of a sudden. So I think Shine playing a brawler that he's really good with, very comfortable with, doing that alongside a Chepo Gus, a very strong combination ready.
Yeah, I want to see how exactly they decide to play into Frixie over here, because they have a couple of brawlers that sort of need to sit back and retreat anytime they're aggressed a little too hard. Those two brawlers being Grom and Daryl, and it looks like Chasmic Gaming, they're opting to kind of hang back. They don't really want to play this matchup. They don't know where Shine is. He could have that roll at any moment. In fact, he does have it now. And Chasmic Gaming should have that intuition that he has the roll right about now. Frixie also keeping these guys at bay at long range. They have plenty of room to dodge, but more importantly, they're looking to get these supers for free, right? Without having to give anything to Reconic Esports, and then have that resilience towards the end of the game once a poison is forcing everyone into close range.
Yeah, it's funny how pros will have internal clocks like that. They just know from all the repetition what goes down, and now Shine going to be moving in like clockwork. It's a dive forward, Shine rolling in, Toast fading out. Fade trying to hold on for dear life here too, but it's Frixie with prime positioning. Gray is going to fall. Team wipe here. Reconic Esports strong opening to this game number 2.
Beautiful execution here from Reconic. As soon as Chepo got that super, Shine knew it's drive time. We just got to move in. And Toast and Fade did not have the DPS to shrug him off. He has that shield from rolling in, as Daryl, of course. It comes with a kit, but also Chepo with a whole lot of extra health given by that shield. He might go for it and attempt at yanking him through. Here it comes, the combo on the left side. Shine tries to push through, but he had to retreat. He didn't want to feed too much damage to RBM, who could get that mute at any second. Shine's also looking for his next super to maybe take advantage of Fade, looking pretty low on the right side. Toast also with a super in hand. Chazmag Gaming still have yet to get a mute onto RBM. It's going to be tough for them to find this one.
Round 2 of set number 2, looking competitive right now. Toast has a super in hand. Fade with a teleport available to Shine, though, at any given moment can really turn it on. Action going down left-hand side. It's going to be trades back and forth as Fade cleans things up. Now Shine tasked with dealing with a 2v1 situation. He's going for it all. Pops the gadget, but still the Starfish puts him to bed. It's going to be CMG responding with a round of their own.
Gotta admire the approach that Shine took there. Typically, you want to barrel down and just roll over your enemies, but Shine, he sort of went at an angle, maybe trying to get that super out of RBM without it giving him any value. Instead, did give a bit of supercharge to the guys, but not too much. If anything, he managed to get rid of those supers for the next round. His own super comes for basically free. Lots of damage in onto Toast, and there's the kill. Another one at mid as well, and RBM is the last man standing. Shine's gonna roll right over that water and go for it, even in the face of the silence. RBM might get taken down. There's the final shot. Frixie gets the victory, and that is Reconic Esports taking the win.
The 1-2 punch of Grom shots being lobbed forward and then the dare roll in is so much to handle. I mean, look at these end games right here. All 3 Reconic brawlers standing tall. We saw some big moments come in from RBM. Again, the super can really put Shine to a halt immediately, or any of the enemy brawlers for that matter too. It's just typically it's going to be Shine who's more aggressive. I thought good gameplay from both sides. You kind of saw each of the workings of that draft and how the interactions can work out. But at the end of the day, the Gus bubble plus the Shine roll in his gadget, whew, that is a hefty combination to deal with, even for a team of the caliber of CMG.
Well, let's see if CMG are able to come up with a response to Reconic Esports so far, because this deadly combo of Gus plus Daryl has proven super strong in the rounds leading up to this moment. Frixie looking for a bit of damage, some value there with a watchtower too. It's basically inaccessible to anyone on the enemy team, and they all have to move out of the way. Chepo also has a good visual on anyone getting a little aggressive. Going to be very effective for helping him farm up that super. RBM also peeking his head just a little bit to look for value. Massive destruction of those bushes. A takedown maybe. Fade now in with the super. Shine and Chepo have to pick up the pieces. A roll onto RBM. Toast might be taken down. Shine, the final elimination from Fade. And a round victory going over to Chazmag Gaming.
Well played to CMG. I think not hitting the panic button when that Grom bomb was inbound. It's going to tear up a ton of their side, though. So despite it going Chazmag Gaming's way in round number 1, at least there's a little bit of an opening, a little more visibility on the map, which is something that definitely goes a long way considering the amount of bushes here. Chepo also with some utility. Shine already with a super here, too, so they can be on the offensive prowl at any given moment.
Well, let's see if Chazmag Gaming are geared up for it. A super is available to Grom. Same for Bonnie. Both less than ideal targets. RBM much of the same. He can farm up that super. Almost get the kill for free with the silence. Shine and Chepo, while they do have the deadly combo, there's abundant counterplay awaiting them on the other side. Frixie, maybe if he can get that super and get some valuable stuns on enemies, might be able to open the doors for the combo to reign superior once again.
And that combo could get real lethal. 3 super buttons available for Reconic, all of them being activated at once. All of chaos ensuing as well, but Chazmag Gaming looking alive and well. Shine going to go down here with a click of a button. Reconic rushed forward, shut down by CMG. What a round right there, and now things are tied up.
Man, what an ending there, too. I mean, Shine, he had those shots headed towards the enemy. He might have been able to finish things off if it hadn't been for a split second separating his projectiles from colliding with RBM. Wonderful finish there for Chazmag Gaming. Definitely a nail-biter. Definitely a photo finish. Really, just by the skin of their teeth coming out on top and bringing us to match point. Reconic Esports within 1 game of being knocked out of this competition. And Chazmag Gaming looking to be in a pretty confident position as well. If they're able to farm up the supers pretty quickly, pretty easily, then Reconic Esports won't be able to basically walk over them with the combo of the Gust Shield and Shine. Chepo's just going for it. Great use of the gadget from Fade, and Shine knows he has to go in even if the odds are stacked against him. Does still look for some value here. No takedown, in fact, gets taken down himself. It's just Frixie versus the world, and if anything, he can get a super for himself. but he's got to make sure that he doesn't feed valuable supers on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes this is a situation where you just throw in the towel, right? Both teammates are down. You just want to get whatever super percentage you can back and not give the enemy an inch because they've already charged up the supers. Bonnie's got one in hand. Awesome Walking King combination there. The extra shot going down. So the team chemistry on point for CMG. Reconic have looked really strong throughout this set, but right now they're going to have to respawn. It is match point, and now one more round will give Chasma Gaming the victory.
Final opportunity for Reconic Esports to bring this one back. Really on the edge of defeat. Frixie's going to go for it. Maybe an early kill. There it is. The final bit of damage coming in from Frixie. And now this 3v3 is dropped down to a 3v2. Chasmat Gaming. It's just 2 people remaining in this round. Even if Reconic Esports takes the win here, they'll still have to win the next one in order to send us into set number 3. Shine has his role. He doesn't want to feed that super to Otis, who's no longer on the map. Good takedowns, 2 supers, ready for the next round. Chasmat Gaming, they still got their heads in the game. Otis, super available. Reconic Esports, this could meet a similar end to game number 1 if they get silenced on the roll-in.
Sometimes one kill is really all you need. That early pickup just deterred Chasma Gaming entirely. They just threw it in. They walked the storm, and that's got to be super demoralizing in a 3v2. But on to the next one. Plenty of supers available for Chasma Gaming. I think this could be a much more aggressive one early on. Neither team wanting to make a mistake here. Chasma Gaming can close out the set, or Reconic can drag us on to another one here. Shots going down for both sides as Chepo flashes that super as the zone closes in as well. Shine and Chepo's combination of supers will get more and more deadly.
Chasmat Gaming, they still got the same 3 supers they started the round with. Frixie, if anything, can get a super for himself and get some crucial knockback for the later stages. No gadgets for Fade either. He's not going to be able to pull anyone out of position. Comes down to when that poison is active to really accelerate the gameplay here. Chepo came within inches of death. There's a lot of damage in with the ground bomb, and Shine knows it's drive time. There's the shield, but Chepo pops it on himself. Shine's gonna go for it. The Protesto's out, and a takedown onto Fade seals the deal. Reconic Esports sent us into a set 3.
Whew, a good looking team here tonight. Great set coming in from Reconic. I think a really entertaining one too. Sometimes you get into these KO or bounty matches where it's just up until the very end, not a lot going down. Everybody just playing it nice and safe. Not Shine. This is an aggressive combination of brawlers. Reconic do not sit back and relax. Like you said, they went for the drive-in. It's going to be a Daryl roll, constant action, even sometimes trying to make hero plays, which as a spectator, I love. This can be such an interesting team to watch. A ton of these NA West teams can get really aggressive.
Seriously can. Reconic Esports have done just that. A lot of supers and a lot of damage for the guys, but not as much healing. Very interesting reflection of how this one was played. Reconic Esports, they really did bide their time. They didn't have to stick their neck out too much, didn't put themselves in a lot of danger, and this was very measured and metered gameplay from the guys. They come out with the Grom, they throw it on the Watchtower, and Chasmat Gaming are very guarded, and expectedly so, about stepping into that bush that is now visible to the enemy. They don't want to feed those supers easily, and I gotta commend the counterplay from Chasmat Gaming, but it wasn't quite enough. I think the comp was simply too strong from the other side.
It really is just a nasty combination. We'll see what F-Dot thinks about it, but I love pairing Gus and his super with just really aggressive brawlers, and Shine being somebody that's historically played a ton of Daryl. Again, it's one of those things that I called out earlier, but when you can take something that's meta and you're comfortable with, it's a perfect storm for a win.
Yeah, that's when casters say this is their meta, that's what that means, is when the comfort picks kind of align, right? The next time Gray is the best brawler in the game, we're going to say it's Bobby's meta, right? Things like that, for sure. I loved the back and forth here, though, straight up and down. So you have the two jump in, sort of, I call them exclamation point brawlers in Knockout, right? You have the Bonnie and you have the Daryl. They go in and they end it and there's no response, and that's cool. Otis is going to kind of stop that Daryl roll, and we saw that, and that was cool. But then we have the game of chicken. Whoever jumps in first is going to get turned on and burned on. So, like, do it, dude. And you only get one shot. Bonnie jumps in, and goodbye toast. It's just that simple. You know, how long can you hit the gas and stare your opponent in the eyes? The question was answered, I suppose, with Reconic taking Flaring Phoenix. And we're going to go to dry season and take a look at the P's and B's here. And as far as our bounty bans are concerned, a lot of sharpshooters still left on the board. Carl taken away in Gene. Those are, I suppose, standard is the way to say that, Ready. But really, you know me, old school forever. And I think we're going to see some of those long-range sharpshooters on this map.
Definitely expect so. I would also be wary of some of the throwers that could come into the equation too. Reconic with the ban of Tick and the ban of Gene might want to have that Sprout for themselves available as a last pick. You can see the Barley's also been eliminated, and Grom is always a consideration when we talk about throwers that have quite a bit of range and are viable on these maps. I would definitely expect these two to come through at some stage. Also, like that RT first selection from CMG, nothing wrong with it, just a good old-fashioned first pick from the guys. With the next few picks, we'll start to see this draft majorly take shape and see what style we can expect to see on the battlefield. Reconic once again going with the Gus, and maybe that can be a good accent to their final pick if it's an aggressive brawler.
Yeah, this is kind of the maturation of the classic sharpshooter meta, I think. RT is a long-range sharpshooter and so much more. And Gus is a long-range sharpshooter and also has some utility. And so with that in mind, Kenny, I think that these are long-range sharpshooters, but they're not just pure DPS, and so that certainly leads them to be part of a more well-rounded composition as we get the Sprout that Ready Set mentioned in here.
Well said. I think they're and more, right? I liked how you said that. It's not as simple as just somebody like Piper, right? Piper is meant to stand back and hit a heavy hitting shot. These guys have a little more dynamic to them. There's Gus with the bubble, there's RT with the Jackie legs and his static. It's an awesome combination to watch, and in this day and age of Brawl Stars, there's so many brawlers in this brawler pool that it's not as simple all the time. It's just you pick your 3 sharpshooters versus their 3 sharpshooters. Everybody gets unique brawlers, and you know, we see Bonnie come in, we see RT come in, and they're long-range brawlers, sure, but again, they have more to them than that, and I think that's what's really defining this meta right now. And Squeak, somebody again, we see him again here. It's somebody that I am going to continue to expect defining this current meta.
I mean, Ready, when you and I casted, you know, a bunch of years ago, I used to call it Revolutionary War meta, where it was just you line up with your long-range muskets and say ready, set, go. Now we see a little bit more interesting sort of approach here, and I think Reconic are the most different, I suppose, bringing in the Sprout and the Squeak. There's a lot of like area denial and sort of geometry change here that we don't normally see across the waves. It's a bunch of DPS, so an interesting look for Reconic, kind of taking a lot of this utility. But I'm eager to see who wins this set number 3. I'll see you guys after the jump.
All right, well, what I will say is we can expect to see some of these lanes go Revolutionary War style, with it just being playing footsie, staying just out of each other's range and sort of firing down your lane. But I can definitely expect to see some of these lanes switch up, with RBM now chiming in on that lane versus Chepo and getting the first kill of the game. 2 to 1 stars so far. Reconic in possession of the blue star. Frixie's probably going to be relatively safe to have that blue star on it. Don't really see him being an optimal target for RBM. Chepo also has that wall active, blocking off the right side. He's not going to get diffed on that matchup. It's just 1v1 versus him in Toast. Still has another hedge to make use of, can block up some of these bushes and get rid of them. Less cover for the enemy to hide in.
Great job from Chepo there. And again, Sprout, somebody that's very valuable in this current meta, but it's going to be a duel in this right-hand side. Shots being lobbed back and forth between Toast and Chepo here. Frixie with the control of the blue star, but CMG well in control of this lead right now. Squeak, somebody that's super great in the meta at his current spot, but you still got to line up the kills. You still got to climb up the map playing these mid-range brawlers. Shine's going to have to really deal with this. The walls that they can just kind of hide behind. They're going to have to get crafty with this, try and do their best to push up and get aggressive at times, and they don't deal an insane amount of damage here amongst any of them other than maybe a Shine Super. So we're gonna have to really see Reconic pick their spots wisely here.
Okay, 30 seconds left. It's really time for Reconic Esports to start moving. And if someone falls now, they still will be able to roll back up to the Brawl, but it's going to be a really tight timeline. Slow onto the RT. This could be the time for Frixie to move in. Has to pop the shield on himself in case of emergency, and it is. Toast almost got the takedown. Chepo looked for the final shot, but it seems like Toast was a little too slimy. Final shot coming in from Frixie as we dip below 5 seconds. Lots and lots of damage going to Juan Carlos, but Chazmac respond on the left lane. Another one, another kill going their way, and Chazmac Gaming send us to match point once more.
Another opportunity for Chasmic Gaming to close things out. A major shout out to Toast there at the end. Ultimately, he still went down, but that was the expectation immediately when you're in a 2v1 situation as a Grom with 192 HP. Frixie and Sprout just couldn't quite get there. He was even slowed down and still surviving ready, and I think that bought them that much more time to where their teammates could stay away, get out of harm positioning, and just stay alive. And ultimately, that's what matters here in a game that's defined by kills.
The unintended consequences, typically being a moving target, is not the approach that teams take. However, Chazmac Gaming, they'll make do with what they've been given. And so far, they've done the same once again, earning a kill and the blue star for themselves this time. A good outlook for Chazmac Gaming. We have to see the counter from Reconic Esports. Some form of damage in. Chepo has been doing a good job of blocking off the bushes. He's going to do that once again. Not only blocking off that lane's access, but also getting rid of some of the bushes, recovers that hedge as well. And a big amount of damage on the left side from Shine with a slow and a good amount of pushback on the Chazmac Gaming. The area control belongs to Reconic Esports, but how long can they last on offense is the bigger question plaguing them.
Well, with a minute to go and a takedown there, and now RBM cycling in as well. The wall doesn't connect either. RBM slides through. It ends up being a team wipe. 9-0 here. Chasmic Gaming waking up in set number 3, and now Reconic don't have the positioning they need. They're fighting against the clock, and they're fighting against 3 very powerful Chasmic Gaming brawlers right now.
Fighting against also their progress made earlier in the game, but it's all been negative all the way going to Chazmac Gaming. Good response so far. Chazmac Gaming have given up a single kill, 3 stars to the side of Reconic Esports. The important kills to get here. They have to somehow eliminate RBM. They don't have a whole lot of DPS, and he has a lot of health. No slow on RBM either. It could be the final moments for them. The 15-second countdown active. Chazmac Gaming vastly in the lead.
And it's going to be a toughie here as Chepo falls as well. It's going to take a lot of stars here. We might even hit the 20 threshold. The spin's coming out. Chasmic Gaming knows the rest. 15-star victory to close out this match. It was close the whole way through, but Chasmic Gaming prevailing once again. 2-0 from Toast and a 4-0 from RBM back there. That is crazy.
Well done here from Chazmac Gaming, and have to commend some of the efforts made by Reconic Esports because they did get a pretty good start in that first game. They had the blue star, but as soon as that first kill went the way of Chazmac Gaming, despite their ability to control the area, especially with Sprout and with Squeak, Chazmac Gaming, they held on defense, racking up so many kills, countless stars. We'll get to see now 27 stars earned across just 2 games against 6 from Reconic Esports. Chazmac Gaming, they won this game hard.
That's just so tough to see, especially considering how well Reconic played throughout the match, especially set number 2 there. I mean, it really looked like Reconic were even foes with Chasmic Gaming, but at the end of the day, Chasmic Gaming in that 3rd set were just better. 27-6 is a huge differential, and I think that's kind of what separates these 2 teams, F-Dot. I think Chasmic Gaming are just a little bit of a step above these guys, but in the best 2 of 3, they made it super entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when it comes down to the best of 3s, that's where you see sometimes a little bit more of a reach from the bottom card teams for sure. But as I said, man, Chazmac Gaming, Ready did get me a little bit and was like, hey man, I was watching Masters Japan. I didn't see no Chazmac, but I think that's the end of last chapter. I look at Chazmac from the beginning of 2023. I look at what they've been able to put together this year, and they've really hit their stride. And it's not necessarily their meta either. It's not like they're just kind of hitting the world where it kind of like, it's not like their stars are aligning. They're just getting better. And I think they're here to kind of stay. So with that performance, let's take a look at our bracket and see where our teams lie down. As, well, they're standing up. Because Tribe Gaming, by the way, is out of the tournament. Wash Team and Tribe NA went head-to-head while we watched Chazmac beat up Reconic, and Tribe Gaming not only lost to Batuches and squad, but they got 2-0'd here. Now, Reddy and Kenny, if I asked you your prediction, neither of you would have said Wash Team, even though we respect these guys. But Reddy said, how surprised, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being, oh my goodness, I'm so surprised, and 0 being, of course, how surprised are you with Tribe being out of the tournament?
I'm tempted to turn it up to 11, but I'm going to leave it at like a nice 9 here. I mean, much respect to Wash Team, but taking down Tribe Gaming, that is a huge accomplishment for the guys. But I think it's also reflective of something that we said earlier, or at least that I pointed out earlier, is that Tribe, they can get a little tilted, and I think this is kind of an example of that. But, of course, a massive achievement for Wash Team.
And not taking anything away from Wash Team due to the best of 3 circumstance, it was a sweep. And so I don't think they just got lucky in the best of 3. But right now, our finals is Luminosity versus Stmn, as Stmn was the team to knock down their rival Tribe Gaming. And Luminosity, man, 2-0 above Chazmac. That one is a tough one. But we got a whole night filled with tough ones, and that's what we do here. We just trudge on. More Brawl Stars after the jump.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I got to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Usually we have some, Chazmac Gaming hangs on. There's a big sort of lower third that I've got to repeat. And credit to Chazmac, they beat Reconic. I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on Tribe getting 2-0'd out of the tournament early on. And so that's what I'm talking about. Sorry to everybody that wanted me to talk about Chazmac, but I gotta focus on the black and red being black and dead. Just like, Wash Team 2-0, bye-bye, see you later. No more Mr. whoever the heck you were. I mean, Kenny, bro, I asked Reddy how surprised he was, and he was like, dude, off the charts. I am clearly out of my mind here as well. Wash Team Chazmac, is this what you really had?
No, I definitely predicted Tribe Gaming here too. I think 11 out of 10 with all due respects, a little on the extreme side. I was instant gut reaction was thinking 7 out of 8. So I was a little caught off guard by the 11, but obviously still a pretty shocking favorite. Maybe Reddy and I are just working on different 0 to 10 scales. Regardless though, I am surprised. Wash Team, great team. Again, on any given day, anything can happen. But it's Tribe Gaming, and seeing the second place international team fall in our 5th to 8th teams, that's crazy to me.
It really is, man. The top side of the bracket, I guess, is less surprising. Tribe did get knocked down to the bottom side by Stamina, which is really not that outlandish. I think our round of 2, 4, 6, 8, our round of 8, that's what we call it, right? I think our round of 8 makes sense. CMG, Luminosity, Stamina, and Tribe coming out on top. Stamina knocking Tribe down. Like I said, that could go either way. It went 3. Everybody's happy. Hurrah, hurrah. Luminosity taking down Chazmac is... I think that's a 50-50 matchup for my money, looking at the new blood and the old blood kind of doing their thing. But now we're left with LG versus Stmn. And I think when it comes down to these two squads, this is really, I say the new blood and the old blood a lot, and Patchy's, it's been a year and so whatever. They're not necessarily the brand new blood, but it is a little bit more of that. And when I look at LG Ready Set, it's still Stamina's game to lose. I believe that to be the case. I still think Stamina is the top card, so to speak. But when we look at this LG squad, Charles and Chino, I always say Patchy and the boys, but Charles and Chino do so much work. This is a great, great team.
Oh, I mean, Charles and Chino, they're excellent duo here. They're an excellent group of players involving Patchy, who's undoubtedly the ringleader. He's the guy in charge. He's the one who drafts. And Charles and Chino, more often than not, are winning the lane, setting the stage, while Patchy makes a lot of the call-outs. So what I will say for these guys, formerly known as dog walkers, I've said it once, but I'll say it again. They still got that dog in them. These are a really strong group of players that can take down basically any roster on any day of the week if you're not careful.
Now, Stamina across the way, Bobby, Sans, OG. Listen, it's no secret that I'm fans of these guys. Bobby has been there. Bobby's been in the scene since day one and really welcomed me with open arms. And I watch a lot of what the Stamina guys do in order to get like a grasp on the pro scene. And for a while, they really weren't number one. They kind of like fought their way up to be number one here. And I think, yes, there's still a lot of conversation, but Kenny, if you ask me who the number one team in NA is and you make me answer quickly, I'd probably say Stamina today.
I don't think that's a crazy take at all. You know, despite Tribe being the team that ended up in second, it was neck and neck, right? Stamina forced to kind of make that reverse sweep. They dug themselves in a hole, and they nearly dug themselves out of it. I mean, a tough situation, but it's hard to forget things like San Diego when you're watching them live. You know, what they did to Tribe on that finals day, I think shows how high they can reach. Tribe, one of the best teams on the planet right now. They beat them here tonight. They could definitely do it again. They've been consistent the last couple months against LG or Dog Walkers at the time even. I think they're the favorites here for the remainder of the night, especially with Tribe out of it.
Well, it's going to be tough because Luminosity are here and they are going to play. And like I said, this is a tall task for Luminosity. But as much as I build up Stamina to be this number one team as I believe them to be, I think LG is dummy good, Reddy. Give me your percentage. Stamina, we kind of agree is the top card here. But by how much? Is this a 60-40 matchup? Is this a 90-10? Where's your brain at?
I'm thinking like 65-35 personally. I think that Stamina are looking the strongest they ever have in history following the LAN at Masters. But like we said earlier on in the day, that is the chapter now behind us. They took the win over Luminosity, that squad, just a couple of weeks ago in the monthly finals, and they did so in a 3-0 fashion. It was rather in a 3-1, but still very strong from these guys, and I expect a win from Stamina.
Everything you say is correct, and I have nothing ill to say about what you mentioned. However, I also don't believe in the transitive property of esports, but I'm going to put it out there anyway. Chazmac has been my, like, stock to watch, you know? Like, they are the hot boys. They are the ones with the hot hand. And LG beat them up. So is there something there, Kenny? Is that a conversation starter?
I think it's fair. I think where Reddy put it was about what I was thinking in my mind. 60-40 feels right. We've seen Stmn take this the last couple of times. After all, they were the ones that got that experience at LAN. And I think something important to point out is both of these teams are on the rise for their historic kind of performances. Yeah. You know, we had Patchy play a year last year, Chino, Charles, you know, not always a part of the greatest teams in the world. We're finally starting to see these guys shine, and it's been incredible to watch this journey. And Stmn, for that matter, too. Bobby and OG were grinding for a long time for days like this, and now to see both these teams in full force is something crazy. I think for me, we've just seen Stamina reach that kind of peak we haven't seen LG reach yet. But they certainly have it in them for now, Stmn. But this has been a close one throughout the entire year.
It really has been, and I think this is the second time I get a chance to say this, and I think it's indicative of how much Stamina has grown. We consistently are seeing comfort picks banned out for Stamina. Yeah, Squeak is just a great brawler now, and Mr. P are just a great brawler now. But this is what Stamina likes to play, in addition to it being the meta. And so I think there's something to be said about Stamina, kind of other teams looking at Stmn and going, all right, we just got to take stuff out of their hands. And for LG, that means P, that means Squeak, and that means M's. So across the way, Stamina's going to select Colonel Ruffs, who also is kind of a staple of their gameplay ready, but perhaps more importantly, just a great evergreen brawler. I really don't know when Ruffs is terrible, and he doesn't really tip your hand as far as what you want to play either.
Yeah, and I think another thing is, let's consider that B and Ruffs can be a good combo, so let's go ahead and snatch that one up. Let's also note the geography of Pinhole Punt. There's some important walls that you can break down. You can break down the side lanes if you want to get creative. You also have the sandbags, which have to be addressed by the enemy team. If they don't want B having to fire those down, there's the form of addressing it. In fact, doubly so. Tara, I think, is going to do a much better job of getting rid of some of those sandbags than Carl is, but he's still cut out for the job. It eliminates that gadget possibility effectively for Stamina, and I think this is a pretty strong duo of brawlers that Luminosity have gone with here. The Sandy last selection from Stamina, that is a Cute Sans special.
Yeah, that is a Sand special. It's word for word what I was going to say. We hang out too much, Reddy. But, like, yeah, this is a Stamina draft that adheres to what you kind of need with respect to the meta, but also plays to what they like to play, which is the balance. Across the way, though, Kenny, B, Tara, and the Carl. Tara real strong as of late. Pinhole Punt certainly going to work out for her as well. So I don't dislike either draft, but I think I am leaning towards Stamina.
I think order's always so important in situations like that. I was about to comment on how Tara and Carl such a good pairing to kind of take down the ego of Czar and Bobby's sandbags if he ran them and basically forcing them out of that. And then Sans, a great counter for getting goals and also into the Tara pets. So it's going to be so fun to see how this one pays out ready. It's going to be Sans with an immediate takedown here. The Tara pets not able to put in a lot of work right now. Bobby and Czar quickly getting rid of those as Sans cycles in a super here. There might be a goal here early for Stmn.
Very well could be if Sans goes for the combo. No combo necessary. Run it right on through that selection on the other side. Well done by Sans. We've heard Stmn say this before. I think OG in particular has said, yeah, we just kind of put Sans on the brawlers that just run in a straight line to get kills, and that's basically what Sans did off the beginning of the game. Not only is he great at Sandy, by the way, but it's also a pretty tough counter for Patchy. Great combo around the right side, sneaking in so incognito that I almost didn't catch it at first. Well done by Stamina Esports, breaking open the wall and firing the super right down the right side for that first game win.
Ooh, I saw that super come out ready, and I knew the inevitable was on the way. What a nasty combination there. So many goal-scoring opportunities here between the wall break from Bobby and the gadgets from Sans is what makes Sandy such a sneaky option on a map like this into a favorable lane as well. I mean, the Sandy last pick might be the thing that wins them this set. Strong start here. Czar with the pass forward, just off the mark, though. Czar trying to kick it in. They had the lanes. They had the matchups. It was just a lone Patchy Pirate. But instead, it's going to be Stamina resetting here, trying to get this ball from the top right-hand side.
Okay, supply drop picked up by Sans. Luminosity trying to gear up for the defense. Big destruction. Patchy falls. Gotta see a pass over to Czar from Bobby. Chino trying to get that one. And here's the clutch defense. Luminosity might be able to get it. It's all thanks to our partners at Snapdragon Elite Gaming making this all possible and bringing some of the best gameplay in North America straight to your retinas.
And Stmn, the team right now that's bringing that strong gameplay to your retinas. It's been insane here. I mean, strong start. That was the best offensive effort we have, and the ball hasn't even crossed halfway through the field. Patchy now still trying to gain control of the ball back, but it's Stmn being relentless here. Charles with a nice super as well, though. Sans is going to fall. Chino holding on to one as well, and now the numbers piling up here for Luminosity. They're going to be stretching for this ball now. Bobby trying to buy as much time as possible, but with 3 supers in the hands of Luminosity, this is going to get scarier and scarier.
Luminosity trying to do whatever they can with the bush at mid. Bobby also looking for the value. We see all those asteroids running down. Chino looks for the free kill. Sans taken down. Patchy with a kill swiped up on the left side. And an easy one for Chino should they decide to slot it in. They'll give a little bit more time. Allow Chino to farm up those last couple of shots, get a super back a little bit more easily, and then walk it in with Charles. More destruction of the bushes from Bobby, and a supply drop over to Czar. They're trying to build up any kind of resiliency possible, but Luminosity are sort of tearing through them. Charles now with a Honey Molasses, a take down the back lines, and another shot onto Czar. This could be another goal if they keep up this pace.
Charles with ball in hand too, slides it through as well. The surprise shot. Charles with the bucket, and all of a sudden it's a tie, a ball game here. Stmn versus Luminosity, kicking things off strong in game in set number 2.
Okay, that one nearly threw me out of my chair. That was something else. Really, really sneaky there towards the end. A nice slot through. You got to look for really any angles possible. when the stakes are this high. I mean, you're in the upper bracket finals, and your opponent is Stmn Esports. Luminosity not pulling any punches for their opponents here, even though they might be friends outside of the game. Really, opponents is what they are here. Enemies to an extent. Sands and Zar now pinch things in on the right side. Charles almost looked for that takedown, but Sands is able to walk it through nice and easy. Only 26 seconds in. Stmn Esports already had that first goal up on the board.
They're making it look a lot easier than they did in game number 2. Now Sands walking it forward to try and conclude set number 1 here. Tara Super going down. Pass forward to Bobby, though. Easy bucket in. Stmn speedrun game number 3 after Luminosity put up a great fight in the second here. Stmn Esports are going to take the lead for now.
That felt like more of a highlight reel. Well, here's the real highlight reel, but that felt like more of a highlight reel than an actual game. I mean, it was so fast. It was basically a compilation of a couple of goals in a row with a little bit of setup, sure, just padding for time on the highlights. Stmn Esports really do manage to plow through this final game versus Luminosity, but I will say, leading up to game number 3, it was pretty even. We saw some slick moves from both sides, but I gotta hand it to Stmn. The Sandy pick, not only was it great for putting Sands on, but also it was an amazing response to that Carl. He was able to hammer up that left lane, sparing no mercy for the Carl.
I mean, that was some crazy action-packed rounds there. I mean, game number 1 and 3, Stmn 2 quick goals, but for whatever reason, game number 2, they weren't quite as overwhelmed on the Luminosity side. In the war of attrition, they ended up getting the goals necessary and getting the wins. It's honestly, it was so fast, it's kind of hard to point things out in real time of what went wrong. I think everything just kind of went right for Stmn. I mean, I'm curious to see what F. thinks later down the line here, but that was quick. I mean, 3 very different games right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what you're looking for, I think, in Brawl Ball. We're seeing this more and more often, is that we're seeing top-end teams score really fast. And I'm not this guy, but if you are a numbers and a stats person that tracks this stuff, I would love to see, you know, the stat that I really want ready is average time like it takes to score, because I think we'll see that in the past it was a different kind of meta, but recently we're seeing these number 1 teams step up forward really, really fast, and that has been a big deal in this gameplay. So curious to see that sort of thing. But as we shift gears into Flaring Phoenix, Luminosity obviously has to get the W here, and they'll start off by looking for the gray. So I think this is a nice look here for Luminosity. Again, one of Stamina's kind of go-to selections, also a strong brawler in and of himself. And so Luminosity starting things off, I would say, correctly here, as charged of a word as that might be.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Gray is a good brawler on this map. As a first selection, it's not textbook. It's not what's going to work for 99% of teams. It's not going to work in your Power League games most of the time, but this is a very different level of gameplay. I think Luminosity here, they're trying to afford themselves some picks that typically you would only really be able to get if you had that last pick. It's no secret that, at least here in NA, the teams really do prefer to have that last pick. It's very strong to have a brawler selection that your enemy cannot respond to. There is no follow-up pick after that 6th brawler has been locked in. So picking a brawler that mostly is here to counter brawlers that reside behind walls a lot is going to be maybe a way that Luminosity get rid of some of those brawlers. The Pam selection now is going to sort of accent that, I believe. I think this provides them some resiliency towards throwers that would be able to fire over the walls at Pam. They're going to look for sort of the in-game viability.
You said something there that I think really, really rings true and is pretty recent, maybe the past year or so, give or take, in that, listen, these picks aren't going to work in your Power League games. Like, we're now at a level of competitive Brawl where Brawl Stars competitive is different than Brawl Stars ranked, or Power League in this case. The strategies are different, the individual players are different. I have a big concept about the dojo, and that's just different. The setting of competitive, Kenny, is very different than Power League. And so you can kind of apply some overarching ideas like tank meta or thrower meta, sure. But in general, these pro players are going to approach the game differently because they have to. And that's why we see things like first pick Gray here, and the comps overall. And so with Stamina rounding out their composition here, Kenny, who do you think wins the draft?
I think it's a tough call. I actually really like the response after the Gray. That was the thing that stood out to me from Stmn. Gray is the first pick overall. Like you guys said, in Power League, you're probably not seeing that every day. But on this map, when Tick is your only thrower banned, Sprout, Grom, Barley, all very normal picks for either side. So Gray, I think, an attempt to maybe halt them at that. And instead, we're going to get RT, a very healthy brawler, Bonnie, a very healthy brawler, who also have those long-range capabilities to deal with somebody like Gray. And at the end, they feel like they're well-equipped enough ready to kind of deal with this. So they still go for the Barley anyways, whose play rate has skyrocketed the past month or so.
Something that I will always commend Stmn for is in these drafts, when they have the last pick, they're not really afraid to pick some of the brawlers that seem hard counted, like Bobby going for the Barley here, when by mathematics, Patchy should counter him out. Once he gets that super, he'll be able to teleport onto Bobby. But it's a counterplay, really, where Stmn Esports know that they can succeed. It all comes down to execution. And, well, as it turns out, that's kind of the hard part of the game. So Luminosity, they do objectively have an advantage on that lane versus Bobby. Sands on this Bonnie is going to have a lot of resiliency versus him. Not a whole lot of damage output from Luminosity, save for the right lane from Chino, who's got a major buff. Lots of damage in on Sands, or perhaps not. He actually didn't get hit by a single shot after getting pulled in by the gadget.
Ooh, and the pool going through as well. Patchy getting cleaned up in the meantime, though. And poor Squeak, just top right-hand side in a 2v1 situation. Not in a situation that he's going to thrive in. So it's going to be on to the next one here. Well played from Stmn. Great pull. That's the matchup that they're looking for. They want this Walking Cane going straight into Barley, but unfortunately it's not enough there. I do think at the end game, though, they have some strong chances, especially with that healing station from Pam.
And she's trying to stay out of range of Sands, trying not to take too much damage, because while she's not concerned about feeding the super to Sands, it's more so about, let me have a lot of health so I can actually fend off an attack if Sands decides to jump in. Bobby on the left side also could be vulnerable to Patchy, who's now trying to move around that left side. Sands senses an opportunity to continue to punish this aggression. No, in fact, completely circumvents that defense setting up on the left side for an easy kill on the right side versus Chino. Patchy gets the kill, though. It turns into a 1v2 as Charles also falls in the back right. This should theoretically be a win for Stmn Esports here. Just not enough health, not enough damage for Luminosity to prevail, and Stamina takes us to a match point.
It's funny how Gray can be a great brawler. And in circumstances going against somebody like Barley, the single shot is enough. But when there's two enemies and you're a single shot brawler that deals good damage, but not an insane amount of DPS, it's nearly impossible. So once Bonnie popped back into that cannon form, back in Collide for 7,200 HP, where, you know, the shot does, what, 1,400, 1,500-ish? It's just not enough. So Gray doing a fantastic job. I think Patchy's played this brawler to get him a good couple kills, but it's not enough when you're facing a deficit here. They have to be at least even in brawler count to even have a chance at that point.
Well, now match point is upon us. One more win for Stmn Esports puts them in the grand finals and sends Luminosity down to fight for their lives in the lower bracket. Luminosity, they've already switched up the lanes, goes for that yank on a Sands, and that's a big amount of damage, but Patchy falls in turn. That's not a good setup for Luminosity. Fighting that 2v3 is basically a death sentence at this level of play. They'll still try and fight for whatever they can grab. Supers would be best case scenario for them, really, because a win seems too far out of reach.
Early kill going down there too, and that's just not the way you want to start off game number 2, especially when match point is on the line here. And now Squeak just forced away again. It's a numbers game, especially for knockout. Sometimes getting the first kill, especially early on like that, puts you at so much of an advantage at this professional level that Luminosity not going to be able to do much. So on to the next one here, Stmn with a clear advantage.
Luminosity looking for whatever they can. If they're able to get that super onto Charles, it could be a great outlook for them, but Czar is heavily punishing them around the right side. He's got that good visibility already. There's the yank on Azar, but he still manages to stay in defensive lines. Stmn Esports have to act accordingly, though. Majorly defensive. And the slow on the left side isn't going to be too much of an issue for Czar, or will it? There's the heal going over to him, but he still gets taken down. That damage boost from Chino's damage gear was enough to send him packing. Not really a calculated interaction, but still a good one in the end for Chino. Luminosity with the 3-2 advantage. A one-man advantage, as we said, can be a huge one. Stmn Esports are still going to look for this win, though. Sands can jump in and get some good value. but it might be out of the question.
Trying to make a heroic effort here. It's a 3v2 situation. Stmn falling back, though. Oppression coming in from Charles. Shots being fired down. Chino going in as well. Dive in from Sands. He doesn't get anything. Great effort there from Bobby and the boys, but ultimately a 3v2 is a 3v2. It would have taken a lot to get that. I think that's a tough call to make. You saw a very different approach earlier on from Luminosity, who were in a 3v2, 3v1 situation. They backed down. Stmn going for gold, and I respect the confidence.
And they know what the risks are, right? This is calculated. They know that they could end up feeding some enemy supers, but with Luminosity already well equipped towards the later stages of that game, they're not really worried about feeding anything, and they have that confidence that they're able to get their supers back. Sands already has his super back. Bobby's going to have to work pretty hard for his. He's been dodged quite a bit. A lot of jukes facing him on those lanes, and Chino stays just out of range. Bobby is able to get that last call up and going, but he won't be throwing it down just yet. Rather, probably waiting towards the later stages of the game to make best use of that large area that his super covers. Great yank there on the right side. The long pull coming through too, and the emergency super doesn't serve him any favors. A jump in from Sands as he now dashes all the way to the back lines. Patchy cleaning things up. Bobby looks for the win. There's one, there's two as Patchy falls in the poison, and that is the match going to Stmn Esports, now progressing on the grand finals.
I really thought Luminosity was going to take it there. I thought they set themselves up so well. It looked like a great opportunity, but a little bit of a miscalculation. Just a tough situation overall. Thought they had a real opportunity, but nonetheless, a good fight. Stmn once again besting these guys that we saw in the monthly finals about a week ago, and that's 2 in a row versus the match. And now make it a third here after our tournament here tonight. Luminosity, not out of it yet, of course. It's still going to have another opportunity in the lower bracket, but the damage speaks for itself, especially in a mode with kills. I'm definitely looking to those numbers a little more.
Absolutely. I mean, really, from both sides, we saw spectacular gameplay from Luminosity. Despite the outcome of this match, I think we saw a rockstar performance from the guys. Just need to start seeing results from them. And we saw also some moments where they took the best possible course of action, but still fell just a bit short. That final moment where Patchy fell in the poison, he had to circumnavigate that super that he placed down earlier, go all the way around it, and ended up taking 990 damage from the poison. Definitely not the way you want to go out, but a commendable opponent to fall to still. They will have another chance if they make their way through the pits, the lower bracket.
That is true. Double elimination means there are 2 lives, not just 1. And so a nice look there. Stamina winds up just keeping on. They find themselves in that grand finals, as you mentioned. Let's go ahead and say hello to our bracket and see where all these teams kind of wind up. And this is where they wind up. 2-0 above Luminosity. Little surprised there, to be honest with you. But with Tribe out, I think we might see some LG return. And so let's turn the page and show you the bottom side of the bracket as far as this page is concerned. Wash Team and Chazmac. I think I'm getting word that Chazmac, yes, Chazmac just takes down Wash Team, and because of that, they will be in the finals up against Luminosity. Winner takes on Stamina, and winner takes first place. As far as you guys, you're all winners. I'll see you on the other side, guys. We'll be right back with more of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard. in. Coach, I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test.
A whole lot of competition, and now a finals. Well, technically two finals because it's a double elimination bracket, but that's what we do here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. 2 scoops of finals. Stamina await their competition in the grand finals as they take down Luminosity in the upper bracket finals. So that's done and dusted. But our teams on the bottom side, well, they're a little dusty, but they are not all down and out. Luminosity and Chazmat Gaming have one more matchup. Our last best of 3, by the way, LG and CMG are going to battle it out the way we have been doing all night. And then winner takes on Stamina in a best of 3. Now, where I come from, I don't know if playing Stamina in a best of 5 is a gift. I don't know if that is something I want to happen, but that is certainly something that each of these teams want to happen. Welcome back to the desk. It's F. It's Ready, Set, and it's Kenny. And Kenny, as far as our competition is concerned tonight, one, I've enjoyed myself. But two, there have been some surprises here, most notably with Tribat.
Same and same. I mean, Tribe notably not here, getting eliminated a little bit earlier ago, but I expected big things out of Luminosity and Chasmic Gaming. Both of them surviving at least up into this point, and Luminosity even beating Chasmic Gaming a little earlier. That's the reason why Chasmic Gaming have had to fight a little bit longer in our lower bracket. So a little bit of a revenge opportunity here, and I think Chasmic Gaming going down 2-0 again, just it doesn't feel right.
That's a big point here is that, well, you make a couple of good points here, Kenny. Nice job, buddy. But the biggest point that I want to drive home is the fact that this is a rematch. CMG and Luminosity played each other on the top side, and LG, well, they kind of took care of CMG. They swept them, if memory serves. And because of that, LG were on the top side for a long time. And, well, now with the reset here ready, do you think this is better? Which team do you think it's better for now that they're facing off a second time?
Yeah, that is a really tough call. I mean, I'm almost tempted to say Chasmac. I want to see some good things from Chasmac. It's the bottom line.
I do too. Chasmac has just been the stock, like I said earlier, the stock for me to watch. I'm really excited about their performance as of late. I think they've really got some gas in the tank. But Luminosity, Charles Chino and Patchy, they also have some extra just chutzpah as of late. They're really playing strong. This team has been together for a little while now, but recently being acquired by Luminosity. I think that's real. Talking to a number of players, some people will be like, oh, who cares, just a name change. Other players will tell you, yeah, man, we're now representing an org, we're getting paid, which is cool, but like the idea of representing a banner, Kenny, I think you're more of a nostalgia, that's the wrong word, more of like a, there's a spirit of the game here, and I think LG certainly have that behind them.
I think pointing out the banner is a great thing. These guys aren't just free agents anymore. They're representing not only themselves, but a fan base, a group of people. So sure, money, wonderful. Winning, awesome. But winning for a cause, it adds an extra layer to it, right? So I think that's part of why they're looking for such a big victory. And, you know, falling just short in the monthly finals against Stmn, falling just short a little bit earlier ago against Stmn twice. They're looking for that first big Luminosity Brawl Stars win. And they're going to have an opportunity here once again. I'm sure they want a good go at Stamina once more. And, well, in a best 2 of 3, anything can happen, like we always say. But they did it once. They got to do it again against Chasmic Gaming.
I guess the question is, how? So in order to figure out how to take down your opponent, you really need to identify what your opponent brings. And so Ready, Set, I'm going to give you a tough question here and ask you, who is Chasmac Gaming? Like when you talk about CMG, are they an aggressive team, a controlling team, a tank-oriented team? What do you expect out of CMG? What is their playstyle? How do you identify them?
Yeah, I would definitely play CMG as a pretty aggressive team. Some of the things that we've seen them succeed at most, especially because this is really sort of 2 really good duos in a trench coat. It's Fade, it's Toast, and it's also RBM and Juan Carlos. These 2, they make a pretty good roster together, but there's some overlapping talents. And so if we look at specifically like RBM and Fade, more and more recently, we've actually seen them in at the same time. You know, you have a 4-man squad, it's a 3v3 game, you can only play 3 of them at the same time, but when you put in RBM and Fade in at the same time, then you can get some of those tank talents really reflecting on both sides of the arena. And you get this sort of aggressive gameplay that is the most rewarding of any kind of gameplay as of recent. So that's definitely where I place them. You can always switch it up. They're a bit more flexible, a bit more resilient to meta changes than other rosters, I would say, because of their diverse skill set, because they are a 4-man roster. But for the time being, it's all about playing the meta. And right now, meta is tanks.
All right, and so stay on the hot seat here, because now that we've identified what kind of team they are, I want to know if you're coaching Luminosity, you've just told them that they're an aggressive tank-oriented squad. Now what do you tell LG to get the W here?
Yeah, I think really where LG find most of their strengths is in playing, firstly, what they're comfortable with, and second of all, this is the meta that they've been playing for months now. It is the meta that they have still managed to take down a team like Stmn in. So I don't really, if I'm coach of LG, tell them to do anything differently.
Okay, so to just stick to your game, play what you're good at, etc. Kenny, I'm going to ask you to identify LG. We kind of said Patchy is the ringleader for Charles and Chino for sure, but how do these guys approach the game?
I love the way these guys approach the game. It feels like with Chasmic Gaming, it's 4 guys that just rotate in and out. It's the next man up. What do you need? We're putting those 3 in. Luminosity, it's just these 3 guys. It's Patchy making call-outs. We heard it in the Zara interview about a week ago, but they're not afraid to get in each other's faces. It's that kind of brotherly love that I think makes these guys special, why they've been such a good squad, why an organization like Luminosity would pick these guys up. They're aggressive. They're daring. We've seen crazy stuff out of these guys. Mortis on Shooting Star multiple times in 1 year. That's unreal. No team does that. And that's what I think makes these guys so fun to watch. We talked about it in a podcast a few weeks ago, but it's one of our favorite teams between Reddy and I to watch because you just never know what they're going to pull out of their hat of tricks.
That is true. Shout out to Protesto Podcast. You guys should Google it and find out some fun stuff. But let's jump into this one. Our lower final matchup is a repeat of something we saw on the top side. Winner goes on to face off against Stamina in a best of 5. We'll do layer cake and pinhole punt and safe zone should we need it. But the bans are out and our picks have started. First overall was RT for Chasmac, and Luminosity, on the other hand, have 2 long rangers. Gus, one of my favorite long range brawlers, being chosen here on layer cake. I like where Luminosity is starting so far, Kenny.
I do too, and I think this start on Layer Cake, it doesn't super surprise me to see this opening of more long-range brawlers. We've got Barley and Tick out of the way too, so running into those throwers that counter you a little bit better oftentimes is less out of the question, and now both teams kind of have an opportunity to round out their composition with either Sprout or Grom, who are the 2 available, and there's that fun tanky brawler, and I'm expecting RBM to play the big trash man. This is always going to be some fun stuff.
Oh, are you expecting RBM to play Ash? That's cool. Hey, Reddy, do you expect the sun to come up tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of those things that you always expect. It's as you said, just as normal as the sun coming up the next day. But, I mean, you never know. There's not like a 100% chance of it coming up tomorrow.
That's true.
So, well, yeah, we will see. I mean,
oh, wow, that was dark.
I don't know. I won't. I mean, so would it be if there were no sun. But, you know, enough of that nonsense. We'll see the penny coming out from Chasmac. And this is the Fade specialty. I mean, really everything is coming together for Chasmac. These are all brawlers that they're comfortable on.
I was really going to boo you pretty heavily, but you actually had some smart Brawl stuff to say there. So I let you talk, but trust me, I was booing you inside. But so our draft is complete now. RT and the RBM, and of course the penny across the way from the 2 long rangers and the Daryl. Layer cake, I think Chasmac just has the better draft here, Kenny.
I think it's a toughie. I think Bonnie, Gus, and Daryl's a pretty mean combination. I think that penny turret could be really frustrating, but I actually really like the shotgun matchup into Ash, especially once they exhaust all those gadgets. And again, Gus with some tankier pairing, Bonnie with the long range option, but once in that bubble too, can get in that more Leon-esque form and deal some damage too. So I don't really mind this other composition.
Well, let's see what they can get up to. Chasmac Gaming, equipped with some of their most consistent brawlers. Luminosity going in aggressive already. Patchy on the left side getting punished heavily for the aggression. RBM looking for that angle. Patchy's kind of sitting in what looks like a blind spot for RBM's attack, but he might not be immune to those robotic rats. RBM now falling in all the mayhem, and only a slight advantage for Luminosity so far. Just the blue star keeping their heads above water.
Really Really big action going down here early. Another roll in from Patchy as well. He's going to get the pickup here too. 2-star swing for Luminosity Gaming here. They beat this team just a little bit earlier ago, but both sides clearly wanting it right now. Neither backing down and neither afraid to get their hands dirty. Just things I would expect out of Ash the Garbage Man.
Well, RBM might be ready to take out the trash too if he can finally capitalize on this super. Now pushing in all of those rats now dispelled. Toast also getting punished for the aggression, but RBM has to maintain the pace. They're in position. Just need to be able to execute on it. Charles is just kind of hiding in this corner, but it's not a punishment. It's really more of a punishment for his opponents that have to play this sort of peekaboo meta around the left side. They do manage to come out on top, 11 stars to 8. Chazmac Gaming still in the lead. Patchy completely surrounding RBM, and he's a dead man now. A free bunch of stars for Luminosity, but they're still not in the lead. Have to find some value off of Juan Carlos, off of Toast, off of RBM. It could be any single one of them, but they have to make sure that they get the kill, and then they get out of there.
15 seconds to go, and they got to get in and out quick here with a few pickups. Hiding behind these walls, they've got a salty barrel down as well for the CMG side. Supers available here too. Patchy has a roll as well. The aggression begins now. Robotic rats to defend. The push away onto Patchy. The shots go down, and Juan Carlos gets the clutch kill at the end. It's going to be Chazmac Gaming with our first one here.
Well executed for Chazmac. They managed to back Luminosity all the way up and escape with that small advantage. Luminosity did a great job of executing on the Daryl and the Gus combo. Now, we've seen Luminosity adapt between games pretty effectively, so I'm curious to see what they utilize this time. Off of the beginning of game 1, they basically instantly rolled in with Patchy and cleaned up a lot of value. It seemed like there was not really much that could be done from Chazmac Gaming. RBM's going to block off a lot of the shots from Patchy, though, and those rats are going to get the job done. Bit of a trade on the Chazmac Gaming backlines, too, with Luminosity now coming out on top, and Chino farms up some supercharge from RBM. Now rotating back over to that lane and setting up for the next attack.
Sometimes I really appreciate that passive-aggressive build-up here, where all the action goes down at the end game. Everybody's charging up their supers for one final hurrah. Not these two teams. It's all W keys so far. It's been super exciting to watch, and something that I think makes both these teams unique. Neither of them backing down, both looking for kills. No passive in this passive-aggressive meta. Now Patchy with a bubble here too, a roll in available, and this is looking like a Luminosity charge forward down the map. Left to CMG to defend now.
Well, you're correct about it looking like it. Patchy sort of faked these guys out. He went in with a whole lot of aggressive ideas, backed out, but still managed to get the job done with his good old-fashioned roll. Not a Gus shield in sight, and another good cleanup there from RBM. Getting punished, actually, with Charles and Patchy combining forces to get the takedown. 13-5 so far on the scoreline. Luminosity vastly in the lead. Toast to RBM and Juan Carlos, though, can get this done the same way that they did in the last game. If they keep up the aggression on Patchy, there's a takedown now 9-13. Luminosity still have a whole lot of stars hanging over Charles's head. It could be the guillotine now coming down on the right side. RBM ready with the shield bash, but Patchy's got a similar answer. The aggression in. He's got to find a way out of here, but no, he doesn't go for it. Misses a stun on Toast and ends up paying the price. A few stars going over to the side of Chazmac. Luminosity just have to defend.
And with 5 seconds to go and Toast well out of harm's way, it's going to be tough to pile up all these stars at once. It's going to come down to the wire here. And Charles, if he had gone down, actually would have flipped the script there. But the time expires. All is good. They only gave me a minor heart attack. It's going to be Luminosity tying things up here. Action throughout the entire set. Kill after kill. And again, I'm loving this ready. So much just going down for both teams. Near just action all around. It's impressive stuff. It's something we don't see every day, and at a pro level, I'm really happy to see something so different than what we're used to seeing.
I mean, I'll describe this from a term repurposed from elsewhere in the game. This is scrappy. This is serious business between the two teams, and a whole lot of kills flying both ways. A lot of stars being exchanged too. Chazmac Gaming also exploring new strategies. They have Toast go hyper aggressive at the beginning, and he manages to make it out relatively unscathed. Not a whole lot of damage dealt, and a blue star to show for his efforts. Luminosity now have to find the aggression. Toast is geared up for a close range assault. RBM didn't have any rage on Patchy's assault, but now gets to respond. He's gonna try and follow up on it looks like. Nope, not quite. As soon as Gus was ready to prevent him from pushing all the way in on such little health he had left, he backed right out. But now Chazmac Gaming seriously have these guys on the ropes. And they're gonna try and keep them here for as long as they possibly can while farming up some kills in the process.
Patchy burning through a gadget there and a Gus super as well. They just use it to back him away, using it as mental warfare rather than physical. And so mentals only go so far. It doesn't add any stars to your team. So it's going to be 3-0 here still. CMG in the lead. Bubble given to the left-hand side. Patchy once again being called upon to get some aggression here. Shots going down for both sides, but the shotgun's not doing enough there. It's the roll that does the damage. Charles sweeping in as well. It's going to be 7-3 now. Luminosity get the team wipe, and all of a sudden it's CMG that have to retaliate.
Large scoreline to recover here. 4 stars separating the two, and a blue star for Luminosity to break any ties. It's going to take a lot of efforts. Toast has that super. He's going to have to use it very sparingly. There it is. No, never mind. Patchy still manages to get the kill. RBM completely surrounded by Charles, who falls. Chazmac Gaming at 8 stars and 12 for Luminosity with just a few seconds left. The takedown of Patchy is simply not enough. A 2-star differential and a victory for Luminosity, not only in the game, but also the set.
Whew, that was a lot to keep track of. I mean, so many kills across the board. I think that's going to be one set that I remember from the night especially. But this team wipe right here, unbelievable stuff, and really put the nail in the coffin a little bit. It came close to the end here. It was a shame that RBM kind of goes down there at the final moment. I mean, look at this. One little Gus shot slides through, even past that turret. It could have hit the turret. But instead, Chino is lights out with the shot. 15-13. 41-42 in stars. That's as close as it gets, ready.
Now, lights out, no Luminosity in sight there. Well, except for the majority of the set. Though this was neck and neck on the star count. Chazmac Gaming and Luminosity managed to trade this out quite consistently. But these are some seriously close stats, not just in damage, but also in stars. Just a single star separating the two. Well played by both teams. I liked what Chazmac had there in terms of response to Luminosity, but Luminosity managed to get the job done in the end. That's what it's all about. It's about getting those results.
Yeah, I loved what they brought to the table, too. I mean, I think that was a very fun exhibition there of what both of these teams can really show. We were hyping them up. You were their coach. I was the Luminosity coach. It was awesome stuff both ways. I'm curious to kind of hear what FDOT thinks about that very fun set to watch.
I mean, it was a lot of fun. I was actually just diving into chat talking with the fans, because I mean, this is one of those matchups that you're like really kind of taking a look at, watching the players kind of download response. And honestly, this is kind of what I sign up for, because I just want the good conversation about these squads. And so when it comes down to it, I mean, I admit I didn't have LG taking this one and running with it, so I think we're almost guaranteed a third one for sure here, because I'm wrong. I had Chazmac taking game number 1 or set number 1 without a doubt. And so as we jump now into the pinhole punt, we'll see how things change. Ultimately, yeah, man, I really just thought the Ash would have done. Next one, okay? Pinhole punt, Brawl Ball, different world here for sure. And so bans just like that. I want to say standard ones. I think standard bans. I think the Lou is a little interesting. Ready, talk to me.
Well, okay, I mean, we can start across the way. Luminosity, these are really standard bans. I mean, Crow, basically the best brawler on this map. Pinhole Punt, okay, yeah, it's no secret if you watch BSC for like a second, then you already know this. B, Shelly, also don't really need any introduction. But with the ban of Crow, it leaves Poco out of the equation, and this is a Juan Carlos favorite. This guy rocks on this brawler. But with Luminosity leaving this open and kind of knowing Juan Carlos's reputation for being such a good Poco, they have to have been expecting this. In terms of the other bans, though, Squeak shouldn't be too surprising. Ems also basically is good at mid for the same reasons as Crow. You get a lot of speed from those bushes. And Lu, just one of those things that makes tanks a lot less viable when he's in play.
Well, LG, well, man, I like the weird stuff and LG are playing my favorite song right now, Otis and To the Amber. I mean, it's just not what I'm used to seeing on Pinhole Punt, Kenny.
I agree. Amber is one that actually shocked me a little bit here too. I think it'll be interesting to see how they kind of play this as a map control brawler. It's not somebody that I feel like shows up a ton in this game mode in particular. Usually we'll see Amber in, you know, more control-based game modes rather than ones where you're left to travel across the map, score a goal. And it's interesting to me too. They don't really have a clearly defined mid here. In Pinhole Punt, it is a little back and forth on if there is always going to be a left, right, in mid kind of deal, especially since it's more wide open with some really skinny lanes and just a few two-pronged walls on the left and right. This is really interesting to see both of these sides kind of play this out. Every once in a while, you'll see a really aggressive Poco composition being paired with two aggro brawlers. So Stu going alongside this, even though he is a little bit of a lower HP brawler, it makes sense in my head at least. I'm starting to see the vision of what they were trying to accomplish here. I think it's interesting too of what gadget they could end up picking, especially in that Amber as well, who does have that fire fuel going for her.
I think Stu's also a brawler that, like, you just pick when you think you're gonna be better, right? Like, I just see Toast on Stu just going nuts, right? Like, that's really what Stu is. It's skill expression at its finest, and so I think that's why CMG comes through with the Stu pick. But this CMG, this LG draft here, ready, set with the Amber, the Otis, and the Spike. Straight up, it looks a little weird. Spike is more traditional. Otis, we saw a lot of, sure, but it's a little bit of a weird draft. But I think I get it. Amber is going to be providing a lot of that DPS, and then there's control from the other two. PS, Amber obviously has a ton of control. I kind of like this. I kind of like this draft, as not unusual as it might be.
Look, where I'll sort of point out the strengths of Luminosity. Yes, they're fantastic drafters, but what sticks out to me the most is that they're great mechanical players. And for the side of Chazmat Gaming, I think the draft has taken them a lot further than for other teams. And having a cohesive draft is a massive advantage for this roster. And I'm a little surprised that even into this Amber, Poco's going to be so effective. Amber can kind of walk all over Poco in the long-range matchup. Also, great move here from RBM. Almost able to get that early game goal. But I think Luminosity, they're trying to play counter to the Poco gameplay because they know that it can be a huge disadvantage for Chazmat Gaming if they make it less viable. Charles just has to get that first super to start burning up the mid bushes to make it more viable. But the Maisie is going to be the more looming threat on the side of Chazmat Gaming.
Especially with that super too, but can't do anything when Sill's attached to you. Toast just going to be rendered useless for a moment there. Ball top left-hand side as RBM makes a play for it. Super's being juggled in, and now Juan Carlos with the kill as well. It's just a lone Chino to defend the brawler that's going to pass it forward. It's going to be a close call, but Juan Carlos pushed away after the needles touched the ground. Charles and Patchy back in action now, and all of a sudden it could be a breakaway for Chino down the right-hand side.
He's going to try and go for it, but he has to respect the radius that Toast has. There's the dash in and the super to follow. No slow on to Chino or Patchy. You still will be able to keep up this defense. Toast has another super at the ready. A takedown to Patchy. Looked so free, and he follows through. Juan Carlos now trying to pass this ball into an optimal position for Toast to score it. He's going to have to move into this fire fuel, which slows him down a little bit, but the combo of that gadget and the super is just so strong right now. And now LG get to move this down the right lane. It looks like there might even be enough time for things to respawn for Chazmat Gaming. So Luminosity, if anything, they've won that mid control. And Charles has burned up so many of these bushes, he'll be able to hold back Juan Carlos much more effectively.
Yeah, the fight for Luminosity only just beginning. Now they're able to at least get it past the half field mark, but Maisie goes down rather quickly. One of the brawlers that's escalated in play rate and skill. After this balance change, just goes down like that. Just the click of a button. RBM barely staying alive here too, relying on the heals to keep him up here as Toast throws down a few shots. Nice targeting there. 10 seconds to go. Toast ball in hand, but far from the goal here. Speed zone on the right-hand side, trying to work with this indestructible wall while it still lasts. But as overtime approaches, it's going to be CMG with multiple supers to work with.
Toast on pretty low health. Juan Carlos probably going to get dumpstered by this range from Charles. Toast tries to get that peel, and he is quite effective at keeping Juan Carlos safe, but he has to gradually back up around that left side. Juan Carlos is outranged by every single one of these brawlers. Just not a single favorable matchup for the guy. He's still going to play into the aggression. A missed silence from Patchy on the left side. It's not a good outlook for Luminosity. On the right side, though, Chino gets a takedown. The ball is so far out of reach, though. And Luminosity are actually going to have to back up to have any chances of scoring a ball here in the end. It looks like they're going to opt to maybe draw this one out. It's going to take a respawning brawler pulling that out of the corner to get any chances of scoring. 20 seconds remain, and no other brawler in sight. Maybe sneaking up the right side. No, that ball's going to get cornered. Luminosity, they're just playing for the draw.
Yeah, Chino even saving this super, using it a little more aggressively than I thought he would, but Toast still not going to be able to get down the map very easily. No super available for him. Juan Carlos, low HP, forced to use a super. Pins coming out, few smiles going down the field, and we're just going to have a nice old replay of game number 1 here. The action just too close to call, so let's just do it again.
Now let's play that back again, but first, of course, we'll get some replays. Look at that ball all the way in the back right corner. I think in this instance, Luminosity knew that they could win in OT. It was just that once they won that matchup all the way to the enemy goal, the ball was so far out of reach that getting that ball to the other side, having a brawler dedicated to moving that ball up, would actually forfeit almost all of their control and risk them getting scored on. It's better to play it safe in a lot of instances, and you can tell Luminosity really do respect the skill level of Chazmat Gaming by that move there. They didn't take the risk. They want to win this the good, consistent way.
Now an opportunity here with the kill there on to Toast. It's Juan Carlos and RBM defending. Charles with the walk forward, though. The team wipe goes through. The time holding on to that ball for extra measure. Goodness gracious, Luminosity starting off strong. We went a whole game without a goal, and they just did it in about 30 seconds.
Luminosity, they basically got the start that they wanted. They burned up all of those bushes, and watch how the lanes shift. Juan Carlos, he's now forced to play that left lane because there's just no way that he's winning mid unless his lane brawlers actually manage to win their lane matchups and start pinching with him. He's just so short-ranged into some of the other brawlers that he now has to rely on the geography of the map to really make himself viable. And this is sort of what I was worried about in the draft phase. We'll see how Chazmat Gaming are able to play around it, but they've already gotten scored on. And they didn't manage to secure a goal in the last one. It might not be a good outlook, but Toast can make some big moves. Maisie is such a strong brawler right now, and he has that classic combo, the dash in and the super. Here it comes, but no kill onto Charles.
Gadget super combination is absolutely lethal, and now Chino going to be in a world of hurt too, barely holding on there. The life plant keeping him afloat for now as Juan Carlos flanks left. RBM still in this mid. Again, like you said, trying to close the gap on these enemy brawlers because range is not his strong suit right now. Juan Carlos getting muted, though, can't heal his teammates, but there it goes. He gets out of Sill's control just in the nick of time, and now it's a lot of blue on the screen. Juan Carlos with a nice fanning shot forward, and 570 HP. Simply not enough. Good reset here. Luminosity now with ball control, and more importantly, they don't give up a goal with their 1-0 lead.
And no risks taken either. They didn't even try to go for a trick shot there at Chazmat Gaming, but they might still be able to get this one. Carlos is slowed down majorly on the right side now, making his way out of that stick around. Charles has the super. They got a lot of damage on Juan Carlos. That ball's staying there, they say. RBM tries to get this out of the corner. He might be able to pass it over to Toast. Another stick around down to pass over to the left. Toast doesn't have the combo. The clock ticks down, and Luminosity get the game win, sending us to match point.
Whew, down to the wire. 1-0 lead now for Luminosity in a redo of game number 1 after that draw. They get a goal here in 30 seconds, and they spend about another 5 getting a touchdown dance in. The confidence unbelievable from these guys, but they barely held on. Chazmat Gaming certainly put off a fight, and one Maisie super difference may have made a goal there for Chazmat Gaming. Reset here for game number 2 of our set. Juan Carlos falling here early too. Chazmat Gaming brawler standing strong though. RBM, great positioning right-hand side. Pass forward to RBM as well as Patchy cleans up Toast. Now ball control for Luminosity. Kick forward. Patchy with the option here to deliver. Thumbs down from Charles as well, and it's going to be left to Chazmat Gaming now to play goalkeepers here early once again.
Charles also has that super. He might be saving it to break open some crucial walls. He is going to go, rather not walls, but bushes, and he has them placed over the right side. RBM definitely residing within these, getting some good chip shots on it. Charles and Luminosity have to fall back. There's not as much bushy area for them to hide in. A great takedown there from Juan Carlos with the screeching solo. RBM now pushing up the right. Could get a kill. Charles does fall, but RBM also falls in turn. Luminosity get to push this ball up. But their mid control is fleeting. They don't really have much ground to stand on with a lot of these bushes already broken open.
Nice super connection there from Patchy. Super pass forward as well. He gets the shot off in time. From the grave, Patchy with the goal here. Luminosity 1-0 lead on match point. Doesn't get better than that.
And we've already seen what happened in the last one. Luminosity, they have the gas in the tank to make sure that this one gets drawn out all the way. Corner that ball and keep it defensively placed for the entire game. Charles might even opt to place it back, but they could go for a second goal. Not really sure where that ball's going. Okay, it's going forward. Luminosity might finish the job here, but Chazmat Gaming similarly have a chance to make it work. 40 seconds remain, and Toast has the combo on the right side, but it's not the optimal matchup for him. Luminosity still maintaining position, just waiting for that next super from Charles to continue to keep things back. No value off of that, but really maintaining distance, keeping the pressure, keeping the control is more important than anything.
And a lot of control right now for Luminosity. One kill that they need. Now Patchy with a kick over with 7 HP. Chino trying to juggle the ball. Stop from Toast here. A pass forward. RBM with supers available too. Trekking up the map now and cycling supers. They need this goal with 10 seconds to go. Fighting for his life out here and gets stopped at the goal side. A heroic effort here. But ultimately, it's Luminosity Gaming celebrating another 2-0 victory against this squad.
Repping the org with pride, the pins up in the air and the sprays down on the ground. That's Luminosity for you, folks. Taken down handily. Chazmat Gaming, a team that faced them with such furious fire behind their eyes and such opposition for Luminosity, but it simply wasn't enough. Even against Chazmat Gaming, Luminosity, they managed to get that draft diff here towards the end, which was really the most remarkable thing to me. Oh my God, look at that damage.
Whoo-wee, that's 6 figures ready. That's a lot of damage. Man, 123 plus 1,000. It is not too often we see that. Of course, we did have a replay of game number 1, but there's even normal 3-game sets where we don't see that firepower. It's like we said before. You pointed out Chazmat Gaming, an aggressive team. Luminosity bring out the firepower all the time, and that's exactly what we saw. They even took 4 out of 5 games here. I mean, a win and a convincing one on the scorecard there too, especially against such a good team, one that I know super appreciate. He was on the lone side of the casting desk with us just a couple weeks ago when it was CMG versus Tribe. He got to celebrate that one, but this time over, it is going to be Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, Luminosity come out. They look really, really strong, and honestly, they really earned this. I want to touch on this because I hate it, but it was objectively fantastic. They brought a control team to Brawl Ball. When they realized they weren't going to win it in the game number 1, 0, I suppose, they were like, all right, we'll just draw, no problem, which I hate. And then they scored 1 and they just played control, which I hate. But it won the game. And so I can only hate so much. I'm hating from the loser's seat because they're winning. Luminosity take the dub here in just 2. And because of that, they go on to play against some of our top competition. So the lower bracket is now all said and done. Chazmat Gaming have earned themselves 3rd place overall. All the other teams are pretty much gone. Everybody is a winner. Everybody does take home some sort of money here today with our $10,000 prize pool. But now it comes down to just a single matchup. With Luminosity's 2-0 victory above Chazmat Gaming, that means it is now all about the upper bracket. It is a best of 5. It is Luminosity Gaming. It is Stmn Esports. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's Season 3, and we have a grand rematch in front of us. It's a rematch of the upper bracket final, except now we're in the grand finals. And so it's LG going head-to-head against Stmn Esports. This is a good matchup. It's a lot of fun to watch. This is good for all the stats nerds that like to dive deep, and this is good for all the sports nerds that like to bop hard and see exciting matches. LG had to get here through the bottom side of the bracket, ultimately falling down originally to, well, Stamina, and fighting their way through, and now they're here ready for the grand finals. Welcome back. It's F. It's Kenny, and it's Ready, Set in the middle. And because of that, I'm going to ask you who's going to wind up on top right away. Before any conversation, I'm asking you for a prediction.
Stamina? Cool. I mean, we
Cool.
can leave it at that. I mean, this is also me kind of copying your homework from earlier, because I remember you saying, if it's just, you know, give me the answer instantly, who's the best team in this entire region, you say Stmn, and I say, yeah, you know, without a second thought, it's got to be Stmn.
Yeah.
But it'll also, as I usually do, cite my sources. We've seen Stamina do well at Masters. We saw them do well in the past couple of months. And who did they take down to make it there? None other than Luminosity. And remind me, how did they fare against Luminosity just a couple hours ago?
Well, it's a rematch because Luminosity just lost to Stamina here. These are the trials and tribulations, though. We talk sometimes about these tiers of teams. Not tiers that the losers cry, but these top tiers, second tier, etc. And in order to transcend these tiers, these are the matches that we talk about. These are the arduous journeys that, you know, the Score Esports waxes poetically about Luminosity going from 0 to hero in the course of 2 seasons. These are those moments. And so I think it's really story important here, Kenny, for LG to find the W. The question is, how realistic is that? I would propose it's realistic. I don't think it's a crazy bat shot, but I think Stamina probably have the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, I raised my hand twice for you earlier, F-Thought. I'm one of those people that does love sports. I love the bang bang, but as you all know very well about me, I am also a man of logic, reasoning, and data. And ultimately, I've seen Stmn win this 3 times in a row when we've been on broadcast. I think Luminosity certainly in the cards to win it once. Do it twice in a best 3 of 5 against Stmn, a team that's beat them 3 times in a row now on the big stages. That's a tall ask, so I'm right there with you. I think Luminosity are a fantastic team. We've hyped them up all season long, and they've deserved it. The big signing, if this was their first marquee victory as an organization, it would be incredible. Overcoming multiple matches is something so difficult, and however, one of the teams we did see do that in the Snapdragon Pro Series not too long ago in San Diego was Stmn, so crazier things have happened.
That is something very important as our format shifts a little bit here in the grand finals. Not only do we open it up to my personal favorite, best of 5s here, best of 3, best of 5s for sure. But also there is a bracket reset. So this is double elimination competition, which means Luminosity has already lost to get to this point. So this is pretty standard across sports. Stamina coming from the top side. If they win this best of 5, that's it. It's over. We go home and everybody tweets at us. But if Luminosity win this best of 5, they have to win another one because technically Stamina haven't lost yet. So like you said, it's a tall task for Luminosity to win a single best of 5. But to win 2, I think is a very, very difficult thing to do. And that might be the understatement of the year. So let's jump into picks and bans here for Gem Fort. We'll do Kaboom Canyon and Split, and we'll see if we head to Backyard Bowl and out in the open. But the P's and B's are pretty done. We're halfway there, Ready, Set. What's your take?
Well, I mean, you say P's and B's, and I'm definitely looking at B on the side of Luminosity. They've gotten that. They've gotten Squeak as well. Now, this is interesting. Gem Fort is sort of a newer introduction into the map pool, but it has been in the competitive map pool before, and that's definitely reflecting in some of the selections. B, maybe not my #1 in terms of, well, I mean, look at mid. it's so boxed in. You're going to have to be clipping those shots pretty consistently, but also Buster, a brawler that basically never has reared his head since the World Finals last year. Basically, ever since he got nerfed, he has not been viable. But leave it to Stmn to really explore, get down in the pits, get their hands dirty, and sort of find out some unknown brawlers you can be very valuable to put on your team.
So I'm gonna put you right back in the spotlight here. Ready, set, Buster. Like you said, we just don't see that much of him. Our drafts are done. We see Luminosity going Squeak, B, and Daryl here on Gem 4, and I think that's real clean. A lot of area control and just some good old-fashioned damage for sure. And then you've got Ruffs and Gus, who are pretty standard in Brawl in general. So I want you to take some time and just break down Buster. Give me the whole scorecard on what he's supposed to do, what he's supposed to bring, and how you think he fits into this composition.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting question. I mean, I think as a whole, it's a pretty cohesive roster. Nothing unique that I can point out about him at this particular moment in time, but we'll see how the two teams fare against each other. Luminosity on the other side, now looking for some value on the right side. We'll see Patchy now roll in. Bobby also getting a whole lot of damage dealt to him so far, but Stmn able to hold up pretty well to this first push in.
To kind of touch on Buster, he's actually exploded in scrim play rate on this map in particular, and for me, he kind of fulfills that Rosa role that we used to see back in the Brawl Stars day. Not to mention his super can kind of block out projectiles here too, and especially in the indestructible wall area, he can get these easy peek shots, or he can be that sneaky, fast lane brawler on the left-hand side, kind of like what we see Patchy doing now. So I actually don't mind this Buster pick at all, especially seeing it proven in some of these practices, which, you know, practice is one thing. We'll see if Sands can provide here in the big stage. But for now, it's going to be a 5-3 lead. Patchy with a roll in here, too, and everything going south here for Stmn. It's going to be Luminosity with the countdown.
Very swift countdown here for Luminosity. Stmn Esports now trying to push in. Czar taking major damage. It's seriously going to stymie this push in. 5 seconds remain. Luminosity now all the way in the back right corner. Sands might be able to get some good damage in here, and there's a countdown interruption. But now they're all consolidated, at least for the most part, on top of Chino. Charles now looking to keep that value on the right side. Great destruction onto Bobby. Now just 10 seconds left that Luminosity have to keep up this defense, and Stmn Esports seem to be out of tricks. 5 seconds remain, and not a single push in sight for Stmn.
Bobby even just shooting at his teammates, really just showing how upset he is right there. Nice Luminosity win. I mean, starting off strong, and I think momentum is going to be very important, especially when you're in a spot where you don't need to win just one match, you got to win two. They're taking on the task at hand perfectly. Patchy with a nice roll forward there, and a good getaway option as well. They reset that clock one time, but they didn't panic. They kept themselves composed, and ultimately those gyms got dumped off on their spawn side, so a little bit easier to backtrack, pick those up, and get a nice clean reset.
Luminosity still looking for some big value on the back lines. Patchy has been back here so long, but he keeps that position. There's a wall break around the left side. Now, does that work better for Chino, or does it work better for the Stmn Esports roster? A question that we'll only find out in a matter of time, as Chino has to pop down that honey molasses to keep himself alive. Czar is all powered up by the supply drop, and Patchy manages to sneak around the right side. Stmn Esports need to wisen up to this, and it looks like Bobby has done just that. He scouted out Patchy on the back right, and Czar also has been alerted to his position. Sands a little bit out of position too. Patchy gets that stun, but Sands stays alive. Great use of the super as well to keep things blocked up at the top side. And Luminosity now have to find other ways to break into this zone. They're all tied up on the gym count, but Stmn swiftly disrupts that.
That's one thing I really like about Buster in this positioning, is he can kind of just hide between these L-pronged walls at the top, and even if Daryl gets a nice bounce in, they're powered up at this point. They've got additional health points, and Czar, we saw what the super could do there in combination with the aggressive Sands. Love this combination, as now Patchy's going to be a point of interest here. Sands surviving once again, puts the super up just in the nick of time, but Squeak slides a shot through. Sands, however, less than 1k HP going to stay alive. It's a close call. Patchy gonna try it all over again, and still it's Stmn prevailing. The adjustments in game number 2 paying off dividends right now.
Just a few more seconds to last, 10 seconds at that. Zar and Bobby pretty safe in this back left corner. Chino a little bit out of reach. He might be able to get some damage on Zar. Sans trying to chime in with a bit of damage reflected. Patchy, not any gas left in the tank, but still they managed to get a bit more damage in. Get that countdown interruption. Zar seems to be relatively safe. 10 gems. And the power-up ready for Bobby. Have to keep things safe and sound. Zar gradually backing up. Gonna get tagged by one of those. Patchy now with the roll-in. Sans trying to protect the president, but it's just not enough. Chino also needs to get this last bit of damage in, but it doesn't come in time. Another countdown reset. Luminosity have to gear up for this final push.
And Zar just playing full on defense right now. Sans the man with 15 gems, just trying to stay in hiding here. They have no idea where he is, and the clock has struck 0. Stmn retaliating with a game of their own and looking in much better form than we saw in game number 1.
Very well done so far. There's a retaliation that we need to see, but Luminosity did manage to back them all the way up and still get the jump on them at times. I think we saw a really good retake of mid from Stmn Esports. Luminosity, got to see them hold on to that mid control a little bit longer. It seems remarkably difficult for them to take it back, but Patchy has really been my main brawler to look at on the side of Luminosity. He's gotten some good rolls in and amazing value off of it. He was responsible for basically all of those countdown resets towards the end of the last game.
Stmn looking strong in the mid here. Excuse me, Sans with the super as well. Going to be deflecting all of these shots incoming as well, but it's hard to deflect a shotgun when it's in your face. Sans gets a trade there. Super ultimately going to waste, but love the thought from Zar there. We've seen it prevail time and time again throughout game number 2 especially. It's a tough thing to go against, but for now it's going to lead to Luminosity with a 5-1 lead. Charles throwing it down as well. Sans with a nice pull. It's going to ultimately be a trade. Patchy now with a roll forward looking for Bobby here. Super goes down. Bobby wins. Now a shield for him as well. He's going to survive with ease.
Luminosity still just barely in the lead, trying to protect the supply drop towards the other exit of spawn. Sans also trying to block things off on the left side. May be able to reach Charles. He's sort of getting outpaced, and Chino managed to pick up some gems in that time. Patchy with a nice cleanup on the right side too. Now going for Zar. He might be able to finish this one off. There are the gems. He's got to find a way to escape, and that he does. Farms that super right up one after the other, and now they make a beeline for the back lines. B trying to cover the tracks on the right side with Bobby advancing through those bushes. Zar also equipped with a lot of range, but with 5 seconds left, it doesn't look like there's enough time. Plenty of health available for Chino here. The final supply drop coming in, but it's too short and it's too late. It's a Luminosity win in set number 1.
Well played, the Luminosity. We didn't get to see them take a set the first go around. I believe it was a 2-0. This time, starting off strong in our best of 3, best of 5 setting. This is going to be an exciting one. I want to see these guys bring it close. It's no fun when it's just, you know, zeros for either side. They're too good of teams for that. I think they deserve more respect, and I'm glad to see they're putting it up for themselves here. Well-earned respect at that. The gym count, though, 45 and 41. I think truly reflecting how back and forth this really was. I thought Stmn made great adjustments throughout as well. We saw them have a pretty strong performance in game number 2, but ultimately, Luminosity were the ones on top in set number 1.
When we look at back and forth and gem grab, I'm looking a lot at the gems lost. The gems dropped by Stamina because we saw them just barely get out of that second game by the skin of their teeth, bringing it to 1-1, but Luminosity sort of wiped the floor in that last one, and that is what it's all about. It's a consistency. It's about the domination from Luminosity and a well-earned set number 1.
Still trying to wrap my head around the Buster pick. At the end of the day, I think that pick ultimately won or lost the match. It's tough for me to really figure this one out. So I think this is kind of go back and watch the VOD again and maybe ask the boys. After seeing the gameplay here already, what do you think the goal was?
I mean, my guess is you kind of see like a couple of puzzle pieces that fit together, if you ask me. You see the Buster super. It seems to perfectly block off one of those entrances for the point. And Buster also is a serious threat in close range. He pops a gadget. He can hold on to that mid area really, really well and then block it off if B's becoming too much of a threat. That's what I think the mentality was. But the Daryl was such a threat for literally everyone on the field. He is like the tank that counters tanks. He's one rung below Primo in the tanks that counter tanks.
Sure. Well, we switch gears over here to Kaboom Canyon. And Luminosity up one leg. Bans coming out pretty let's say, safe heist bans. No Colette, no Belle, no Ruffs. I think even Lola can be a little bit nuts. The Eve ban specifically for the map. And then, of course, Long Range B. She's just one of the better. Evergreen is tough because I think she comes in and out with numbers changes, but she's just kind of a good all-rounder at the moment. And so that leaves Shelly open, and Stmn is going to take the shotgunner alongside Brock. Love the draft so far. Of course, last pick will be important. I'm curious as to which direction they wind up going. But Kenny, Luminosity here, they've got Crow, which is certainly a nice one to jump on in there, and Bobby.
Crow's one of my favorite brawlers in the meta currently, especially when looking at everybody that's rising and falling due to the recent balance changes. And I think particularly for this map too, Crow can do a great scouting report on those mid bushes. On the other end, you've got a really aggressive brawler. You need to know where Shelly is at all time. I know this historically has played out to be a long range map, but Shelly is so darn good at this game right now. So I think having Crow as kind of your scouting report brawler, easy daggers in there just to kind of fan out and see what's going on, plus the slowdown with the slowing toxin he has with his gadget. I think that's going to be very crucial for them to see what Crow can do. He is squishy, needs to keep his life, especially against very powerful brawlers or ones that are hard hitting from a distance like Brock. But I think they've got a nice well-rounded comp here, to be honest with you. Bonnie, 8-bit, can certainly provide the damage output that they need, and then very specific situation for Crow.
And we've seen Jessie kind of really sneaking up and making some noise as of late. And so she's going to show up here, which has been very interesting ever since the change, the gadget, right? She got a little bit of a boost on the turret. And so because of that, she didn't explode. We just saw a pick here, a pick there, and now another pick here ready. The Jessie alongside the Brock and the Shelly.
Jessie seems to be a brawler growing a lot in popularity recently. You're able to throw that turret behind a wall, and it can be so difficult to remove, especially when you look at some of the brawlers awaiting them on the opposite side. Only one brawler that's able to effectively clip the corner of an obstacle and make it around there, that being Bonnie. And we'll see Sans making some way for Bobby, but Bobby's looking for that mid-control more importantly than anything. Great takedown from Zara on the right side with the use of the gadget, and now Bobby is, well, staying still, waiting for maybe an opponent to jump in, or also just trying to make sure that he heals up some health before he pushes into mid. Great takedown of Zara on the right side by Patchy. Now Luminosity looks to establish their dominance in mid, plugged in turret going down. Charles trying to establish a lot of speed, but also that damage booster can be super effective if they manage to make a push on the other side.
Chino now in enemy territory as well. Bobby getting bombarded with shots here. Charles laying down fire on the right-hand Czar. It's going to be a low HP brawler here. Sans low now too. Chino diving in. He's not going to be their primary source of damage, but 8-bit laying down the law. 30+% dealt just like that. That's what that level of composition can bring, especially with the gadget super combination 8-bit has. Bobby surviving, getting the double here as well. So they're going to hold on for now. It's going to be Luminosity with a narrow lead, though. Bobby now trekking up the left-hand side here. Going to be a fight for each end. Chino diving in here too. It's going to be a duel down to the wire that ultimately ends in a trade. Patchy though putting in work right now. Sans, Czar playing strong defense. Bobby now responding as well, and thunder from Zeus raining down from the skies here. It's going to be a tough call. Even footing and 20% now as Stmn looks to lead a charge.
Luminosity now hanging on to whatever they can find. The precarious positioning of that 8-bit turret on the right side seems optimal for Zara to take it down, but it's actually sort of now nestled in the right side where it's inaccessible to either Shelly or Bobby. Charles now replaces it once more forward. Zara with a colossal super and a whole lot of value for the guy. 20 seconds remain. 31% to 54. A definite advantage for Luminosity, and with 8-bit awaiting them on the right side, it's going to be tough to punch through. Zara's still trying to get some damage, but Charles is just so tanky. The left side is actually going to be their best bet. Bobby's going to go for it. Maybe some damage in with the turret. Patchy manages to fend things off, and Charles finishes the job. The pin's down and the spins are up. Luminosity, a game victory in set number 2.
Like I said, this is a matter of momentum. They're in it for the long haul. So kicking off with a game victory in set number 2 after they're already leading is very important. If they take a 2-0 lead, Stmn, as great as they are, a team who's made reverse sweeps even on the world stage before, it's tough, especially when it's such a close-knit rivalry. Teams that have played multiple times this year. It's been a battle for NA West all year round, and no exception here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, of course. Patchy, Chino, Charles, strong start here. Aggressive positioning as Zar, Bobby, and Sands look to defend. A little narrow lead right now, but anything can change here, especially considering how early it is.
We see Sands rush up that left side, also go down into the bushes. It's going to be a bit tougher for him to hit those shots, but he has a lot of speed, and he also comes out the gates blasting with that shield active, also breaking down some of those walls. It diminishes a lot of the value that Chino usually sources, where Crow is going to be able to push into mid and maintain that area for a good long time. Now with a lot of those bushes gone, that value is severely diminished. We'll see also the jump in from Patchy on the right side, take down to Zara, but it's just a trade. Bobby now moving in on that left side, also looking for the kill onto Chino, but it's tough versus a target that's just so fast. Sands also quick with a super next time he manages to make it to the front lines to maybe get some valuable kills. Turret in, Bobby trying to heal it up. Really no value off of that super, unfortunately, but it was a good diversion with Zara able to land a nice super on the opposing side. Still just barely behind what Luminosity has been able to accomplish so far. Sands maybe laying down some of the loss, 76% on the Luminosity side and 70 remaining on Stmn's.
Back and forth. It's what we've said all night long, especially regarding these two teams here. Zar now trying to defend against Patchy. A little wall break going down this mid here too. I think that's important to call out, especially for that 8-bit turret who usually relies on something like that. Bobby for his turret as well typically tries to take advantage. Chino now with a dive in as well. Zar slowly falling down in HP. It's going to be a trade there for Sands, but Patchy and Charles alive and well. A dive in now for Bonnie as well. Circus Sister takes flight here, pummeling the heist safe. Less than 50% to go for Luminosity here.
Not a whole lot of time to work with for Stamina if they want to push things forward. Maybe the Shelly pick wasn't all that they thought it would be. Chino, he's trying to slow things down by means of keeping enemies from healing at mid, and he does manage to get the takedown to Zar. It looks like Bobby and Sands are really all that's going to remain of the team. Now pushing in on the safe. Sands has got to go for it. He really doesn't have any other options. Bobby also taken down at range. Zar goes for the defense at long range, but there's no one to deal that final damage to the safe. And Luminosity clean up set number 2 with a win. It's a 2-0 scoreline.
This is unexpected. I mean, to be honest with you, I consider Luminosity a great team, but taking a 2-0 lead against Stmn, especially after falling to them 2-0 earlier, unexpected and very welcomed at that. I think they've been impressive. I think, like you said, it's interesting to see that Shelly play out. It's a tough brawler in thought because it's such an open map, but again, I am a guy that loves sports and action, so boom goes the Shelly, and also I'm a man of stats, and Shelly's number have been astronomically high, so I can't really fault Stmn for trying this brawler when it's available, and the kills ultimately close, the damage even less for Luminosity, but that's not the name of the game. It's heist, and Luminosity simply made their few pushes count that much more. I think that's what 8-bit can really bring to the table.
Well drafted and well executed by Luminosity earns them yet another victory to be put up on that scoreboard. A 2-0 lead for them so far. Now Stamina, they're no stranger to the reverse sweep. We saw them earn their spot in the World Finals last year via reverse sweep, but they have historically not made it all the way through, even though it did seem promising.
It's tough. It really is tough, especially once you get that bracket reset, trying to do it again. Because don't forget, I mean, yeah, these teams play against each other all the time, so a lot of information, but the set, the meta of the set, especially a longer set, best of fives, bracket reset, there's a lot that goes down once you see these picks and bans come to fruition and stuff. And so Luminosity is certainly poised to find their reset, but it still is a big jump to say that they're in the driver's seat as far as the match overall when you take it to mind they have to win again. Splits here on the menu. Our bans are out. Some important throwers. I'm looking directly at Barley and Sprout for sure. But what else do you see here, Kenny? What sticks out to you in the bans?
I think Sprout sticks out to me for sure here, and Squeak as well. Those are two of the most popular brawlers flying under the map here, especially for Split. When catching up on scrims this week, kind of post-balance changes, post-monthly finals, everybody's kind of getting adapted to what's going on currently. And Squeak, like I've said a few times, when talking to OG on Stmn, he mentioned how strong this brawler is. Barley, a very common ban on this map as well, and a couple brawlers that get played here frequently. One still available, and we saw it a little bit earlier. It's going to be Lu. It's a North American brawler. It's one that has a super that covers the entirety of a hot zone, and that's why you're going to see him here too. I think when paired with the gray, Stmn with a hot start.
You know, Reddy, I was looking at some of these other drafts from Stmn, and I didn't have a lot of good things to say. This seems a lot more stamina traditional.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of come out the gates with something a little abnormal a lot of times, but Stmn, we already saw them go with that Lu selection when they played earlier, and it worked really, really well. They placed Sands on the Lu, and it was just pretty much a class act from the guys. Very textbook and very well executed. But consider this, they were also playing into Tribe, who seemed to have not been having the best day, and also they were facing an Edgar. So do with that information what you will. I'll draw the conclusion that we saw a lot of good stuff from Lu, but it wasn't against Luminosity Gaming. And now we'll see, ding, on the other side. This is really, really nice from Luminosity. However, playing into the Sam, I'm not so confident. Mr. P, he's able to play really well into, well, brawlers that don't have that great of reload speed. I'm looking at Gray for that one. But Sam, he basically runs in, dies, runs in, dies. Hey, as long as I'm on the point for a longer duration than you are, as long as I stand inside that funky circle a little longer than you, then we win the game.
I know you like the science of the set, so I'm throwing this right back at you. Do you think Stamina, how much they love Mr. P, do you think they kind of goaded LG into picking the Penguin and then responded with the Sam? Was this intentional?
I don't think so. I think they knew they had that power of that in the last pick and just didn't even think that Mr. P would be a consideration, would be a threat at all. But Luminosity, I think, also had to pick up the Mr. P if they wanted the Stu to work, and they seemed pretty confident that the Stu can work. So they had to pick basically one of his biggest counters if they wanted to make it work. So we'll see if that cost pays off for them. Luminosity so far suffering some major casualties on the right side. Sands just gets to tear it up, and Czar's going to be the one on the Lu this time.
You want to talk about the science of the draft too. Getting that Lu pick, I think, really allowed them to take Sam, especially when you see the Mr. P on the other end. It's a brawler that really popular last month and is now even being played a lot in EMEA too. So I think people really taking note of what North America has to offer. Right now it's back and forth right here. Each side drawing around that 50% mark. The freeze going in for Czar though. Patchy still survives though, and the lone porter skating alongside him to celebrate. It's going to be close call right now, but another walking cane for Bobby again. It's one of his most iconic brawlers in today's day and age. Used to be known for his Piper, but Gray's certainly up there for him too.
Luminosity has more capture for now, but Stmn Esports are quickly catching up. They just have to maintain dominance of the left side, and Sands is really one of the biggest tools in their toolkit for making this work. He has a lot of resiliency, a lot of health, and a lot of speed to propel him up to that side, but there's no cover for him to reside behind, and really the plays on the right side. Luminosity just have to maintain the position. Sands still trying to get it done, but he gets taken down. The combined damage from Patchy and Chino is just too much for him to handle, and now Luminosity just have a bit more percentage to capture. Chino looking for that final bit of damage. Sands will be able to take down the porter. Patchy also rushing in, doing the same thing that Sands is capable of, but only 2% more is what Luminosity needs to take the W.
And it's going to come down to Chino charging in, 1% to go. Surely Patchy can get this. There it is. I was going to say, if they had played a perfect defense, would have been the craziest thing we'd seen all night. Well played from Luminosity Gaming there in game number 1 of set 3. I like Sam. I think it makes a lot of sense into Colonel Ruffs and Mr. P. We got to see it pop off, though. It's the X factor on this side. If he's doing great, the team is likely doing well. But if he's not forcing the other team to waste a lot of resources, waste that ammunition, it's going to be tough. Bobby barely missing the walking cane there. All 3 brawlers actually taking to the left-hand side, so they're just going to ignore right. Czar charging in now. Sands doing his best to get really aggressive here. shots flying for each side, but it's Luminosity who survive on defense. So now Zar forced away as Patchy breaks his way through the wall.
Luminosity looking strong. They're at match point. They could get the bracket reset if they manage to finish this one off as strongly as they have started it, but the wall break on the right side proves to be pretty threatening for Patchy. If anything, those porters are going to be devastating for Bobby and Zar's ammo count. Patchy also dodging back and forth will be able to secure a bit more percentage before Zara and Bobby inevitably take over in that 2v1 matchup. Charles also just staying on the edge of that point, using those sandbags to soak up a lot of damage, so much so that Bobby has to abandon ship, move over to that right side, and let Sands take care of business on the left side, which is all but captured. Now the plays on the right side once again, and I've seen this one before, Kenny, and it didn't work out so well for Stmn.
Good call out with the sandbags, brother. I mean, the sandbags, a perfect play into a single shot brawler like Bobby. It's going to take him multiple attempts there. Zar not going to have an easy time with some snow cones either. Throwing down one last ice rink before he goes. 93% and all but over here. If Patchy can just survive a little longer. Sandbags going down. Charles still has his pinky toes on there. And it's going to be Luminosity Gaming. 3-0 here. Replay it all. We're doing it again.
Yeah, but also keep this last match in recent memory, because this was a 3-0, a dominating victory for Luminosity, because we saw Stmn also get their chops in there. We saw them get a few wins, but Luminosity ultimately come out on top with 3 set victories overall, not a single one going the way of Stmn. This is a funny moment too. I don't think I've ever seen a porter go ice skating too, but that was a fun moment. You find some goofy moments there, and really the seriousness of it all. Stmn Esports were looking so strong in very firmly on top of Luminosity. Now the script has been completely 180 flipped.
104,000 damage. I mean, again, this is team crossed into the 6-digit threshold. That's unbelievable. They weren't even the ones with the SAM charging down the lanes. It was Luminosity at the end of the day. I'm impressed with this team. They've seemed to waken up, and it seems that they really want that big victory we've been talking about as an organization. We're going to be hopping into, I guess we'll call it overtime here. We get a bonus match, F. What do you think?
I mean, this is... I didn't love Stamina's drafts. I think Luminosity were the better team on the field in this match, period, end of story. Will they be the better team on the new best of 5 is a question. Stamina tend to kind of ramp things up when their back's against the wall, and guess what? This is it. Their backs are against the wall. We're going to take a brief break so the players can kind of grab a breather, discuss some strategy, and take a moment. So that's what we're going to do. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Season 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning, stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me, my fire's burning, now I'm always learning, tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey, yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level. level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Hello and welcome back to the grand finals. We have a bracket reset, and trust me, it is time to hold your breath. But is it time for a glow up? For luminosity? You know, like glow, like illumination and lumen. I worked really hard on that. Stop making fun of me, Ready Set. Kenny, you're good. Kenny, how you doing? Not you, Ready Set. How you doing, Kenny?
I'm doing pretty well. I love the pun there. Gave me a good laugh. I love it. And honestly, Luminosity are the real story here. This is insane. They have gone down multiple times in a row now to Stmn. They lost 2-0 earlier, and they flipped the script. It's a 3-0 reverse sweep. Or excuse me, just a full out sweep. No reverse needed. It's just a reverse of what we saw.
Ready. Stamina.
Yes.
They lose this grand final. We get the bracket reset. They have to do it again. Listen, I will be spicy. I don't think we saw the best out of Stamina. I thought they might have said, "Hey man, we have a whole nother, you know, if we lose this, we get a bracket reset, we get to do it again. Am I being unfair?
Honestly, probably not. I mean, I know that Stamina basically always bring their A game. Yeah, like if they're in a quarterfinal as opposed to a grand final, they're not going to be bringing in the same amount of preparation, but Stamina Esports are always going to be playing for that victory. They don't usually throw in the towels so early on, so I don't really think that's what's going on until like set number 3.
Okay, cool. Because I am, that's one of those statements that like, I really hope that I'm just straight up wrong, you know? So as we jump into this new bracket reset, we'll see. At the end of the day, Luminosity is certainly a strong team. I am not sitting here saying the only way they could have gotten here is if Stamina were being silly. I realistically do think very highly of Luminosity. I am not overwhelmingly surprised that they found this bracket reset. A little surprised that they did it how quickly that they did. And I think the drafts left some to be desired. But double data bans. I love the world that we live in. Field Goal is up next.
Let's talk about it. I mean, yeah, a little confusion here on the draft side of things, but we'll see how Stu can fare into things. I wonder if there'll be some spawnables that really counter him out. We saw that Mr. P is available here, so I wonder if that'll throw a wrench in their plans.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a spicy ban phase here, too, as we see the Dynamite as well. I mean, just interesting overall. Bonnie on the other end makes a lot more sense for me, though, F-Thought. Kind of seeing these two much more normal picks.
Yeah, this is a little bit more standard for sure. Shout out to the Dynamite ban. I think that Dynamite is one of the... I think he is one of the... How do I say this? He's a lot stronger than people think. Like, I think the average view of how strong Dynamite is egregiously incorrect, and he's much stronger than that. And so we see him banned out here on Field Goal. It's an interesting ban, but there's that Mr. P that Ready Set was talking about for sure. Going to be hand in hand with Bonnie awaiting a final pick. Stamina on the other side getting, some M's, some Primo, some Stu. Still exciting to me, Ready Set.
Most certainly. I mean, okay, this is interesting. I was almost expecting the Barley at some stage because Dynamite has been banned out, and I really think that was to make a Barley available since he can diff that throw matchup pretty consistently, but it looks like the Primo selection is going to come in here to be like the tank counter, so Luminosity are going to be fresh out of options if they want a tank to be really viable. They could still try and make it work with the Daryl, and that could be kind of on brand, but the Tara is going to be coming in, and I really like this one. It is going to be pretty easy to deal with the shades for M's. She'll shoot right through him. That's fine. It'll be effective versus Stu, if anything. I don't really see the other, I don't really see the Psychic Enhancer really finding any use here, so Tara just might throw down some shades from time to time. But I really seek to see more value from Mr. P out here.
That might be the case. Do you have a good quick answer for who wins the draft, Ready?
I feel like this one's... no, I don't. I tried to produce something, but I really didn't have anything. This is going to be an interesting one, Kenny, to see who wins this. Is it really one in the draft, or is it more of a mechanical thing?
Good matchups for each side for sure. You can definitely see how Tara plays into somebody like Stu. You can see how it plays well in the Primo, but obviously M's with the hairspray can take out those shades very easily. Bulky brawlers for each side. Mr. P with the spawners can do well into some of these guys too. So it's definitely a chess match to say the least here, but it's ultimately going to come down to mechanics. Bobby fighting down the right-hand side as the ball's been pocketed in that top right-hand side corner. So for now, Charles is playing goalkeeper while Chino defends the ball. Bobby with the dive in here now looking to get aggressive. Chino survives though, throws down the shades, and then perfect counterplay into Sands. A trade will certainly be accepted in that scenario.
That's how you gotta play those Tara shades. Really an amazing interaction there on the right side. Chino, who's basically good, is gone, but he still managed to get those shades out to block off the shots from Sands and keep that defense up for a moment longer. Chino's gonna go for the free kill onto Bobby, but newsflash, you don't kill Bobby in 3 shots with those Tara cards. You're able to win a lot of tank interactions that way, but it looks like Stmn did kind of have the upper hand here in terms of the game knowledge. They're able to survive this interaction, and they don't even need to have the shield gear on to survive 3 Tara shots from full health.
The longer this goes on, too, those porters are going to get really frustrating there for Sands. Bobby going to be distracted by them as well. A dive in there, though. Easy kill. It's going to be a 2v2 situation as Bobby charges down the left-hand side. It's a trade there as Sands looks to try and win the 1v1 in a quick fashion. Not enough time here, though, as Chino is going to respawn. And in the meantime, Sands going to hold off until his teammates respawn and come back to the other side.
And well, good luck holding on because those porters are going to be a serious nuisance. Sands is able to get some serious damage on that station, but now he has a new big boss to fare against. On the right side, we see Primo falling and Patchy going for that incognito goal all the way around the world to finish things off. 30 seconds remain, and Luminosity's up by 1 goal.
Well played there, and great execution from Patchy with breakaway speeds down the right-hand side just to put it in at a perfect moment's notice. Bobby with the kick over to the left, looking for a super here, trying to open up this goal. Doesn't get the right walls down as well. A pull-through as well, and Stmn get team wiped here in game number 1. 1-0 victory incoming for Luminosity to kick off our second match between these two teams.
Suffocating pressure, it looks like, from Luminosity being applied in the last match and now carrying over into this one because theoretically, Primo should have been able to get those walls broken. This was just fantastic from Patchy. Simply a result of those lanes not being all the way covered. The, I guess, formation just being a little bit off. But towards the end of the game, Bobby came in with a flying elbow drop, had to break open some of those walls in the back left corner, as well as opening things up for Sands to pass it over to him, but it simply didn't happen. And that, I think, is just evidence of the pressure that Stmn is feeling right now.
Momentum's a big thing, like we said, and especially after a 3-0 win, they've now won 7 of 8 games in this grand finals setting. It was a different story earlier today when the two teams played, but right now it's tough. Chino with a little bit of a misclick, I believe. I think he was trying to get that super down rather than the ball, but Patchy will well more than make up for it as the dive forward. The team wipe goes through, and a clear net for Patchy. 1-0 here early on in game number 2.
Here it comes, early super. Patchy trying to take advantage of this. Bobby's actually able to utilize that speed, and you don't see that used actually that often. It's the speed star power from El Primo. Used to be a little more common back in the day, but he used it to rotate back and take advantage of Patchy while he was outside of that cannon form and prevent a goal. This time, though, might see enough health on the right side to get an appropriate goal. Patchy now coming down. Bobby ready with the response of the super, and he stays alive. A minute 20 left on the clock, and Luminosity is still up by 1 goal. Stmn Esports have to make a real run for this goal, and with the walls broken open, it's a lot more realistic than it was before, but Chino could get eliminated. This could be the goal opportunity. Gotta see a super from Bobby to really seal the deal. Here it comes. There's a super. Chino's able to block the ball and pass it away. It could buy them enough time. Zard's gonna try and finish it off. No pass in. Bobby being greedy, not using the super either. It's a appropriate defense from Luminosity.
I think Sands with that super pass forward, honestly, was what started this downfall of a play that we just saw. I think a perfectly good goal there for Stmn, but they just don't make the easy plays easy. They're making all the big kills, but simply not enough going down there. Charles intercepting the ball, and now Sands far from it. It's going to be a tough situation here. With only 30 seconds to go, Stmn somehow have to find a much more difficult goal than they just had at their hands.
It's really going to be tough. I mean, really, I think they had the golden goose, but they got a little bit greedy. They tried to find out how to get a little bit more value out of that interaction with 15 seconds left. There's just no way there's enough time for that ball to be recovered. 3 team members from Luminosity guarding it, and not a single Primo inside. Bobby's still going to use whatever super he has. Any gas left in the tank has now been completely stifled and suffocated from Luminosity Gaming. It's the price you pay for getting a little bit too greedy, trying to hang on to that Primo super. And Luminosity take a 2-0 in set number 1, further compounding the momentum carrying over from the last match, effectively 4 set victories in a row.
That's 3 straight sets that have been a 2-0 as well. We haven't seen Stmn win a game since set number 1 of match 1 in our grand finals. that hits hard. I mean, they are really sucking the life out of Stmn here. And again, what looked like such a surefire goal, you know, supers available galore. Sometimes you just don't take chances. You just put the ball in. And again, little mistakes happen, but in big moments like this, the magnitude just grows. 136,000 plus damage, though, is unbelievable. How many times have we said tonight 6 figures for Luminosity in this grand finals? It's actually insane to me how many shots they're landing, how many matchups they're winning. It's unbelievable. These guys have just absolutely turned things around and are now looking like the best team in North America.
Yeah, I mean, that's a title I think that they will be kind of consistently trading back and forth between themselves and Stmn, but for now they are decisively coming out on top with yet another set victory to add to the streak that they currently have.
Best team in North America. Those are some big Kenny words, man. That said, we previously said Stamina were the best team in NA, and Luminosity has just beaten them 3 sets, now a 4th set, kind of in a row. It's going to be a little while before I say that. But I don't think you're crazy, man. I think that Stamina, I saw Stamina step it up maybe a notch here in this first set of the actual grand finals, now that we've seen the bracket reset. But they still don't get the W. Tough stuff. I think there's a lot going on Stamina's side. But to see them lose this many in a row, Reddy, we talk about tilt, we talk about momentum, we talk usually about how Tribe Gaming are that's their Achilles heel. But Stamina are passionate players as well. Is it all Ogre? Or do they have a chance?
I mean, look, I'm sort of a believer that the more you have to lose, the more pressure gets applied. Ooh, I do like the Sandy pick, though. We'll touch on that in a moment. I think Stamina have more to lose than Luminosity here in terms of they have a real huge reputation in this region to be backing up. But also, I think that Luminosity has had their number so many different times. And you can really see the mentals sort of starting to degrade. You see some misplays coming out here. So I think Stamina, it's going to be tough for them to recover from this mindset, but they have afforded themselves a little bit more time by defeating Luminosity once already in this competition. Still, only 2 more losses, and they're out. Just condemned to 2nd place. And Luminosity are looking fiercer than ever.
Well, Hard Rock Mine is up, and you brought up the Sanzi pick, right? The Sanzi pick, you like that one? And the 8-bit.
I do like
certainly,
that.
Yeah, just a lot of Damahe coming out on the side of Stamina once we see what that 3rd selection is. I think I want to see some damage, but it's going to go up against the Ash, the Gus, and the Stu. Ash pretty much unkillable in this composition here, Kenny. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a toughie, especially into somebody like an 8-bit, slower moving guy. You know, he's an arcade machine, hard to haul himself around the map unless he uses a teleport. And Sandy certainly can do damage. I think we'll cycle that super really well, and Ash is naturally going to feed that to Sandy. However, Ash can ultimately still get the win, especially when those gadgets are exhausted. However, they're clearly not going to lane that up against the Ash. Rosa, a known way to counter Ash, and in general is going to do one of the better jobs of taking down the Ash, especially when she activates that super, you know, can take much more damage, deals with the robotic rats easily. Rosa, a good brawler for this map historically, and laning into the Ash is kind of a sneaky last pick there.
I really like this because a lot of the problems that 8-bit and Rosa kind of present, Sandy with the super can kind of cover up, Ready? So as long as Sandy's able to get the supers, Stamina might be in a good spot. They've lost 4 sets in a row. They've got to turn it around.
They might be able to. I mean, you got to get those lanes lined up correctly, and I just don't see a whole lot of optimal situations for Stamina Esports. I mean, Bobby still will be able to get some good value onto Ash, but I think that Bobby into that Stu is going to be a lot less so. We'll already see that lane switch over from Charles, trying to keep Bobby out of the way, and this is just going to be musical lanes, if you will. Everyone consistently swapping to their more viable matchup. Bobby's going to try and take down the Ashe. Doesn't look like he'll be able to get that kill. Patchy still remains alive, and Charles also stays alive on his lane too. But here's what gets real interesting. The super coming down from Sands, and a whole lot of territory earned by Stmn Esports for the duration of the super.
Charles picking up a kill there as well. Bobby, though, looking to clean up here. There's one, looking for the second now onto Patchy, but the robotic rats do just enough to disrupt that. Kooky Popper coming in from Gus as well. It's going to be a real fight for the mid as Stmn look to reclaim the territory, especially where these gyms start spawning. Luminosity with a small lead here, and Bobby's biggest role is going to be taking on the Ashe 1, but getting to the other side and just causing a ruckus. He needs to be hiding in the grass, poking shots in and there, and just cycling those supers as much as possible. Wasting enemy resources is going to be the name of the game for Rosa here.
Well, Bobby is certainly occupying a lot of their mental space on that left side. They have to double up, go for the 2v1, and Bobby still manages to stay alive for a lot of it. It affords some time for Sands now to punch in and get a gem of his own. With the Sandstorm now thrown down and a whole lot of areas scouted out, Bobby, Zar retreat into the Sandstorm. We see some lane switch attempts from Luminosity, and Charles is able to stay away from Bobby and keep that distance really, really well. Eventually, Bobby falls, but the real play is on Zar or Sands. Have to get rid of one of them in order to interrupt the countdown, and now it's just Zar. He's got a lot of health, and he's now kind of in a bunker all the way at the back, has a turret to hide behind and a whole lot of firepower to back it up. That's a game going to Stmn Esports, their first game in 3 successive sets.
Stmn 2 are the kind of team that sometimes they just need to see one fall their way. Again, this is something we've talked about the whole time. We knew this was going to be tough for Luminosity, but they've managed to force this to a match number 2. And yes, I said they're playing like the best team in North America, but things change. The ceiling for Stmn, we've seen take great heights internationally at LAN events. For Luminosity, they still haven't had that big moment yet, but this could be the beginning of that. They're trying to build a legacy type of game here, and they still have long ways to go, but for now it's Stmn who finally see themselves take a game here because it has been a hot moment.
Well, Stmn Esports certainly have started things off with a bang. Rosa all the way at the back lines was taken down, and now Charles kind of gets to set up residence inside of these bushes. Get rid of that early 8-bit turret, also keep the distance from Bobby, but he's struggling. He's all the way backed up against the corner and runs out of steam. Patchy also makes a beeline for the back lines, but only ends up feeding a super in the process, and Zar has got to be only inches away from the next one. Here it comes, charged off of Chino on that mid-fight. Bit more damage in from Chino. He could be close to getting another super of his own. A good takedown also with the use of Kooky Popper on the Bobby. The Patchy has also found a moment to sneak into the back right. Zar, Sands, they adapt accordingly. Also a stun onto Charles, but it's short-lived with follow-up damage, taking him out of that trance. Patchy on the right side also falls to Bobby, and Charles could be the next one to fall on the back lines. Right now, he's more of just a distraction. Keep the play on him instead of on those precious gems at mid.
And even though Sandy does get taken out, it won't be the end of the world, at least for the gym count, but it's going to force Zar away. It's one less defender to help them claim the mid area. A quick cleanup there, though. Bobby Sands tag teaming that one. Excellent stuff coming out of Stmn here in set number 2 of our second match. Sands now putting him to sleep as well. Charles survives, though. Zar slides through a few shots, and Bobby crucial on the top-hand side. Multitasking brawlers, using up tons of resources. Exactly what we need to see him do in this tie ball game.
Zar dancing on the edge of that Kooky Popper. It's a dangerous game you're playing, but with Bobby clearing out the left lane, it's going to be a little bit less dangerous. Charles now in the midst of the Sandstorm, trying to break open some of the walls, still getting taken down by Zar, and the Rats come in, but Bobby's ready to punch right through him with a piercing shot and a big takedown on the right side. We get to see Stmn start running this one home. 10 seconds left and a lot of ground to cover for Luminosity Gaming. They found where Sands is, but he's confidently blocking Zar on the left side. Bobby has the super to match and back up all of the wins. Stmn Esports, they managed to take their first set victory, ending the winning streak for Luminosity.
Sometimes you just gotta see them take one. Stmn, a team that are certainly scary and tough to kill. You gotta do it in 2 matches here. Doing it in 1, tough enough. Give them a second life and see what happens. Wonderful plays there from Stmn and looking much more normal, I would say. Luminosity is a great team, but they really turned it on that first match. And again, we just didn't see any signs of life from Stmn. So to see them when it matters most kind of wake up, it shows that they're right there in this. 35 versus 29 gym. items. You pointed out earlier that the second category is one that's really important too. I think this set was really interesting. I love the Rosa matchup into the Ashe. I think that was a very creative and kind of unorthodox last pick in today's day and age of Brawl Stars, one that you almost kind of keep in your back pocket and bring up for very certain situations. And I thought they did a good job of kind of occupying that mental headspace that you said. At all times when Rosa's on enemy lines, it's little nagging thought in your brain. Is Rosa back there? And sometimes that's enough for sure.
Well, it certainly was enough
that I
this
will
time
say is,
around
like,
here for Stamina. I mean, sorry to jump on you there, ready, set, but I got to get in here. I like that the picks and bans are pretty much identical. No Gray, no Piper, and then a little bit of a differentiation there. What I am happy to report, though, is like, all right, listen, I don't like dunking on... That's a lie. I absolutely like dunking on players, but I want it to be in good spirit. And to be honest with you, I was just disappointed with what I saw out of Stamina. And on Hard Rock Mine, we saw Sands on the Sandy, which is one of his go-tos. Bobby played Rosa lights out, baby. And so, you know, I guess that's my apology for dogging on Stamina. They're playing back here. Maybe they've gotten their mental checked and back in. But our draft is certainly running away right now. I think the speed with which the players are selecting their stuff ready might be showing us a little bit about how this match feels for them.
Yeah, interesting Sprout selection from them, considering it is a pretty counterable brawler. They seem to have covered some of their bases with the tick ban. Pretty understandable when you're playing in that first pick. Luminosity also, note some of the bans of their own. They've gotten rid of the Bonnie, they've gotten rid of the Piper. Here's the Shelly selection, and this could be an oversight for Stamina, or it could not. We saw the Shelly selected by Stamina when it came down to Kaboom Canyon, and it didn't really work in their favor. So while this might be objectively, definitively, the best brawler in the game at the moment, it doesn't mean it's a one-size-fits-all solution.
That's fair. We do see a Jean here, though, Kenny, which we haven't seen much Jean as of late. As the game has progressed and matured, we see a lot more deployables, a lot more just players getting better at dodging Jean pull, a lot more nonsense that makes Jean more difficult to pull off, no pun intended. Here, against this Luminosity roster, really none of the garbage. So Jean might fit in here.
Yeah, Jean's just a consistent brawler on this map, I would say. And the Jean pull is certainly something we're going to have to watch out for, because if you're not managing to get those crucial pulls, you're not capping on the ceiling of Jean. You got to be playing the brawler to the best of your abilities. So if you're not getting any super shots, Jean's kind of just a poke damage brawler. Patchy releasing that gadget early here. Tags onto Bobby as well. Evil spirits go down, but Patchy ultimately gets the win. A connection from Chino to Czar as well. 5-0 and a hot start here as Sands falls as well.
Luminosity already off to a hot start. Need to keep up that defense, though. They have to play cautiously around Bobby's pull. And I can guarantee you, Bobby doesn't really want to pull that Shelly unless she's at very low health and he knows that he can finish it off, or he has a teammate that can finish it off effectively. Great takedown from Chino onto Bobby. And now here comes the peep. Slowly but surely. Good amount of damage on the Sands, but you're never going to one-hit KO a brawler with 6,000 health. Clearly, not that much of the consideration for Luminosity, though. They seem to know that Czar is not going to be the ideal target for that peep either, since he can easily throw down the hedge and get a quick kill. Another quick kill for Patchy around the right side as Bobby falls and Luminosity edge dangerously close to that 20-star margin.
Only 3 stars to go, or a couple kills. A pool going through, though, and Patchy is going to fall. Czar being cut out as a result of his own wall. Interesting interaction right there. A final shot going down, and another missed wall there, too, as Patchy breaks down the entire castle. 19-10. 1 kill will do the trick.
That's all it's got to be. So much to lose for Stamina Esports. A whole lot of wind in their sails, and it could come to a close here. Patchy looks for the kill. There it is, the final bit of damage. And Luminosity managed to wrest back that momentum. A game victory for them in set number 3.
We spent all this time kind of gassing Stmn up after a great performance, and Luminosity said, no, sir. Insane. They just like that. It's a flip of a switch. Bounce back. Team wipe at the very beginning of the game really allowed them to kind of hold on to this monstrous lead. We even saw a big play from Sands on the left-hand side, but even then, there were still 2 brawlers shooting him down. It's going to be a close one here, and it can't start nearly as poorly for Stmn if they want a chance here in game number 2.
good start for Luminosity. Bobby trying to sneak around this matchup versus Patchy. If anything, he will have a pretty good chance of winning this lane, but we saw how that last game went. He was constantly bombarded with the supers from Patchy, followed up by the Clay Pigeons. Here come the Clay Pigeons to get the free super. Patchy looks like he might succeed. No, can't pop out that final shot, actually. Bobby and Zara get to walk away with the lead. It's now defense time. A missed pull for Bobby, but you miss 100% of the pulls you don't take. And he was dangerously close to taking down Charles. Patchy on the right side, quick with the super. Here's the peep, and now moving in on Zara. He had no super to block that one off with, and Luminosity managed to take back the lead.
Well, Zar's going to cycle a wall now and try and take advantage here. He's going to have to use it for defense more than likely here, though. 3-2. Advantage Luminosity. Patchy with the super in hand. Charles with the super in hand. And going to use it now. Bobby, low HP, does have the pull available as Zar goes down once again. Patchy chasing his prey now. Shots being fired. Having a tough time. Tackled multiple brawlers, but ultimately ends up getting Bobby and one. Zar goes down two. It's a team wipe for Luminosity. 12-2 right there. Insane off-screen gameplay.
Shelly at the spawn still gets the 2K and manages to make it all the way home. 25 seconds left for Stmn to find some form of response, but it's just not appearing anywhere. Patchy now following up with the final Clay Pigeons on the left side. Could be an easy takedown on the right side. Another one. Bobby, Sands, they fall and turns are looking for that final bit of damage. The heart's out from Patchy, though. There's just no way for Stmn to take this game back. It's gonna be a set victory for Luminosity as they push themselves into set number 4.
Triple pin and spray in the corner to celebrate. Goodness, what a bounce back. When Stmn comes knocking at the door, Luminosity has answered. The lights clearly not off for these guys. This has been an insane couple of matches so far. They got to do it one more time to close out, though. It's not over till it's over, especially against such a high, powerful caliber team like we've seen in Stmn, but I'm conflicted ready. I thought Stmn would win this one. I thought they might do it in the first match, and getting into set number 2, or excuse me, match number 2 here, I still thought Luminosity looked good, but it's Stmn. And I keep telling myself this story that Stmn is going to claw their way back. Instead, though, it's 40 stars for Luminosity.
I mean, look, you forgot one crucial thing. The chick with the Band-Aid, she's just too strong right now. Shelly, she's just impossible to defeat on that lane. We saw Patchy even get the double kill at spawn. Is just remarkable. I mean, reflective of his mechanical skill, sure, but also reflective of the draft diff, getting Shelly on your side.
Yeah, the Shelly's a big deal. I said earlier that these are the sets that really like make you, these are the merit badges that level you up as a team. And Luminosity are on a different shelf than the top shelf Stamina and Tribe, right? Luminosity are hanging out with Chazmag, maybe sniffing, like maybe slightly behind Chaz. They're in this kind of conversation. These are the trials and tribulations that make you a top tier team. You know, if Luminosity wind up winning this, are they the #1 squad above Stamina? No. But have they earned some stripes? Absolutely. And I think this is really telling, specifically after that loss on Hard Rock Mine, where Stamina came at them with their best. They put Sands on one of his best brawlers. They put Bobby on that Rosa, who you know he's going to smack you in the mouth with. And Hard Rock Mine went down pretty hard for Stmn. But to see that quick response on Shooting Star was really impressive. And for LG, I think they win it here in Ring of Fire. Bans are done. And LG have Stu and Gus. Stamina across the way, have the Dogman and a Poco. Kenny, where do you think Stamina go from here?
It's interesting. This is a lot more traditional, I'll call it. Poco, Ruffs, a couple older brawlers here, especially for Ring of Fire. And I think Poco a pretty strong shout. I actually end up liking this pairing with Pam in general. It's an overwhelming amount of health. There's so much healing that can go down. The one concern I have is how are they going to play it? they don't have an insane amount of damage from this team. Poco more of a role player in the sense that he's a healer. Sometimes we see the aggressive Poco come out with the star power swap, but ultimately he's there kind of to dictate. I think it's going to all about for Stmn be if they can rotate brawlers onto that hot zone in a very calculated fashion, a next man up kind of mentality. When one dies, next guy's got to get in, and you just have to maintain positioning the whole time. Whereas Tara, Stu, more aggressive, they have more dynamic supers, they can just frag out, and I don't think that's something that Stmn can necessarily do as easily.
Let's see how they manage. I mean, Luminosity, they have a whole lot of offensive capability, but Stmn Esports geared more towards the sustain, the resiliency at mid. Bobby needs to line up these shots versus Patchy. Good taps from Patchy. In fact, it looks like he might even get the kill onto Bobby with the flames. There it is. That first supply drop is already out for Sands. He's probably going to be staying alive for a good amount of time. Chino also manages to sneak around the back lines. Here comes that turret. They managed to scout out Chino in the process. In fact, he's had his cover completely blown, but he's still able to recover, especially with the assistance of Patchy and, of course, Charles closing in from the top side. A good kill on the right side, and Czar is going to be taken down by Patchy, it looks like. Zooming right out of their spawn, Luminosity owns this mid.
Sands with low HP here too, going to ultimately fall. Bobby plus Czar now in trouble as well. The gadget going down, but it's another team wipe for Luminosity. It's piling up rather quickly. They're now approaching 60%. Stmn need to claim their territory back because right now they're simply spawn trapped.
And it's going to be tough. They have to sort of combine on the right side to take out Chino, but there doesn't seem to be too much interested in it. They're sort of moving towards that left side, looking for the easy kills. And in their sort of duo matchup on the right side, they still have managed to force Chino out of that area, but they have taken a lot of hits too. There's a super on the left side. Not going to find any targets, but Bobby and Czar have to close in. They got to do it pronto. A lot of damage to fight through. 97, 98, ticking up for a win for Luminosity as they send themselves to yet another match point.
One more to go, and Luminosity could be our champions of the day. A convincing win. I think the Stmn composition, it's not wild to me. We've seen compositions like this before, you know, very different in play style than Luminosity. But again, if they let go of positioning, Poco, Pam, Colonel Ruffs, those are not high damage dealers. Those are not top fraggers of a composition. And you've got 3 of them on your team. So right now, I'm nervous for Stmn. You see Charles and Patchy in the mid. You see Sands doing his best here. Bobby falling back to heal. They need to hold on to this positioning constantly. They have to be cycling in healing stations, using all this utility now. And that's what we're starting to see a little bit. Small lead for Stmn. All the brawlers alive and well at the moment. But at a snap's notice, Luminosity can certainly claim it back.
The largest game-to-game development that I've seen is appropriately addressing the lane matchup versus Chino. They got to get 2 guys on this brawler in order to effectively eliminate him. Go for the pinch, but now that he's fallen all the way back, they turn their attention more towards the opposing side. Patchy and Chino try to close in from the left side. Bobby eliminated. That's just 1. Now it's a 3v2, Patchy and Chino. Definitely worn out. And with Chino sort of camping here with the super, he'll be able to easily eliminate Bobby. Someone's going to have to come to his rescue. Otherwise, it'll be a perpetual 2v3 with Stmn Esports being on the losing end.
Now, sides basically being flopped here. Red on the bottom side, blue on the top as Chino claims Bobby here. Now brings in an extra assistant as well. A 3,000 health point Tara minion going straight at Poco here, forcing him away. Shots being wasted there, and even a takedown as well from Patchy. They have to climb their way back into this one a little bit, but there's a lot of red on the screen and a lack of blue.
Czar in the left lane is super out of position, but may actually be in the right position. Sands manages to get the pinch. A good super there from Chino, but he wasn't able to finish the job. Charles on the right side gets taken down, and Stmn Esports now get that control back on the point. Patchy, he's out of gadgets. Chino, much of the same. He still manages to close around the right side and look for a super, but it's nearing the point of no return. Luminosity have to make some moves now, but Stmn Esports managed to bring it back. In the face of a match point, they still get a game win and start threatening the oncoming of that set number 5.
Oh man, I'm nervous for both of these teams. You know, to see Luminosity do what they do, and if they somehow didn't close out here and win, it would be heartbreaking for them, but at the same time, be so exciting to see Stmn respond in strong fashion. And that's what we saw there in game number 2 of set 4. A repeat of a match point here for Luminosity. It's going to be Stu, Gus in the mid, Gino flanking right-hand side, giving Bobby some trouble here. A nice shot. Sands looking to close in as well, but has to be careful about the oncoming Patchy. It's a tough situation with that bubble. Extra HP. And oncoming Patchy does end up going down. It's going to be Czar dealing with Chino in the lane, and that super is just too tough to beat. Chino survives, and Luminosity Gaming are excelling with about a 20% lead.
Last set I commended the respect given to Chino on that tar lane since it messed him up so badly in game number 1, but this time might be too much attention focused on that. They do manage to flush out the lane, but Chino is still tearing things up no matter what is thrown his way. Bit of room gained here by Bobby with the use of supply drop. Sands is going to be able to make the best use of that. A lot of damage on his side, a lot of healing available to him too. Czar on the right side going to get sucked into this. Actually, it's a triple. There's one. No, not a second follow-up kill. Czar managed to stay alive, but it's short-lived. Charles and Patchy clean things up, and they continue to compound this lead that they've earned so far.
Scary moment now for Stmn. Low HP for Sands, but he does survive. Czar picks up a kill as well, and now it's 3 blue brawlers charging down the middle of the map, relying on a healing station on the right-hand side. Bobby throwing down as many shots as he can. Patchy flanking left-hand side. All shots diverting from the attention of Tara and Gus incoming now. The sandbags going down instantly. Colonel Ruff's throwing down a desperation super, but the percentage points are piling up ready.
Could be the end times for Stmn Esports. Luminosity continue to count things up, just tiptoeing the edge of the point. Patchy now gets to rush in. There's one. There's two on Czar. Sands, he's the final one rushing in, but the damage has already been done. Luminosity win the grand finals.
They've done the unthinkable. Against a team that's had their number. Against a team that had their number today ready. The light shining more than bright here for Luminosity, and the first major win for this organization. I'm impressed. They made it look somewhat easy, I would say, against Stmn. 6 sets to 1, 34 kills on our final set here tonight, and 120,000 damage. Unbelievable.
I mean, you said it early on, and I didn't really expect that sort of consistency to emerge. Luminosity, one of their consistencies is that they routinely explore those 6 figures in terms of damage. What a remarkably skilled roster. Even in the face of Stmn Esports, they still managed to get it done in such an electric fashion.
That's what it takes to be the best, and I think we've talked about Stmn and Tribe in this region for a long time, but unfortunately, we didn't see Tribe at the later stages. We saw Stmn get beat by a team they beat even a little bit earlier ago, FDI. I don't know how to feel about North America right now, but for tonight, Luminosity are the best on the day.
Dude, I'm dummy excited. This is helicopter view, zoom out, this one little open finals. It wasn't the most electric competition. It was good. We saw great Brawl Stars, but this wasn't your, like, you know, LAN big final. This is a VOD that you save because our world of Tribe Stmn, Tribe Stmn, Tribe Stmn, Chazmac has crept up and made some noise. Luminosity is creeping up and making some noise. I mean, we watched Tribe get knocked out by by Wash Team here this weekend. So I think there's a lot to be said about this one. We'll look back, and maybe in the future, the end of this year and next year, we see more Chazmac and Luminosity, and it's more exciting of a world. But this tournament tonight will be that sort of turning of the page. Luminosity took down Chazmac 2-0, Stamina taking down Tribe, that's sort of standard. And then Luminosity falls to the bottom bracket by Stamina. A lot of this upper bracket looks kind of standard, but if you'll do me the favor and turn the page right quick, and we look towards the bottom side of the bracket, this is where everything goes awry. You're telling me that Batuches and the guys sent Tribe Gaming home in a 2-0 sweep? You're telling me that CMG winds up losing to Luminosity after their first monthly final win with wind in their sails? This is a moment where a lot of competition has gone nuts, and I'm here for it. I love the boys on top, but I like an exciting scene a little bit more, Kenny.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, in terms of competition, 2023 has been the best year of Brawl Stars, and it only keeps getting better and better. For a long time, it was Tribe running the show in North America, and then STMN have really come along here, and this year especially, they've had a phenomenal performance, whether it's San Diego for ESL, whether it's for ESL Masters, didn't matter. STMN have shown up, but tonight we've got some new guys, at least newer to a lot of the folks at home, who now have a big organization that they represent. They should be household names across the world at this point. And CMG, for that matter, in NA2, certainly earning that reputation as well. Well-deserved win for Luminosity, and again, like you alluded to earlier, these are the kinds of building blocks and legacy-building moments and VODs that we save and come back and say, yeah, why didn't we see that coming? They did it here.
They certainly did, man. I mean, fantastic performance out of Luminosity. Not only, don't forget, folks, this was a bracket reset. They had to win twice. I actually am lucky enough to kind of hang out with Patchy again because they've been winning lately, and so we just get to do this interview thing a little bit more often, Patchy. Nice to see you again.
What's up, F-Dot? How's it going?
I mean, I'm chilling, man. I am certainly a little bit more relaxed than you might be. The bracket reset, this is one of the first times, if I'm not mistaken, that you guys have had to do this. So you have to beat Stmn in 2 best-of-5s in a row. That sounds like a tall task. How confident were you guys going into that?
We were not the most confident because we just got swept earlier, but we believe in ourselves, and as long as we can, win the first set, we always believe we can finish off the match.
Was there a moment in that set? Was there a moment where it clicked and you were like, all right, winning 2 sets in a row is crazy. Wait, we can do it? When was that moment?
I feel like it was at the end of the Gem Fort set because the Gem Fort set was the first set of the first finals, and if we lost that set, we would have lost 3 sets in a row. We could have probably just gotten swept. We could have let our guard down. But if we won that first set in the game 3. That was the closest set of the match, I feel like. And we won that set, and we felt like we could just continue the momentum.
I mean, it certainly worked out. I think there was a big moment where Stmn came by, and they won that 3rd set. I think it was the 3rd set after the reset. But you guys came back and just smacked them. What was the team comms like after Stmn finally gets a win? Was it, oh no, this is where it comes, or was it real calm?
It was quite calm. We just got to keep our mental the same. I think it was the 2nd set they won, actually. It was Hard Rock Mine. We didn't draft as well as we could. We felt like we really just lost because of the draft, and we said, all right, we just got to continue how we play well. The drafts will come, and they came.
That's a big deal, and I think that's really kind of veteran leadership, which is something that we don't say a lot when it comes to you guys. You guys are new. You're the rookie, though not technically anymore. But compared to some of the other squads here, you guys are much fresher compared to the old heads. And so with a win like this, with the new Luminosity org behind you, this is a new era of Brawl. Do you guys feel that? Do you guys feel like you're ascending to being one of the top teams?
Not yet. I feel like we have to do something at an international event or a LAN event. It's not just online, but hopefully we believe we can.
Heck yeah, man. I like that answer, giving us a little bit of honesty, a little bit of humility. That's the word I'm looking for. But at the same time, you guys know you're good. I'm not going to ask you what you think the ceiling is because the correct answer is number 1, and that's what you're going to tell me. But how does the squad go forward from here? Obviously, your eyes on international competition, but are you a take it one game at a time type guy, or are you a we got to win it all from here?
Well, our next important match will be in the monthly finals, hopefully, if we make it. We should. But it will be against STMN whenever it is, semis, finals, whatever it is. We need to focus on that match, and we need to continue whatever we have now because we gotta keep going from here. We don't want to give them any more wins.
Man, it's great talking to you. I think you just have all the right answers. You got lightning in a bottle here with this LG roster, and I wish you all the luck in the world in keeping it and just releasing it when it comes time to find the victories. That's all the questions I have for you. Now it's your turn. Anything you want to say to the fans at home before we say goodbye?
I just want to say shout out my teammates. they played really well today, and I'm proud of them.
Fantastic stuff, Patrick. Congrats on the win. This was a big deal. You're always very cool, calm, and collected. Go party. You earned it. Thanks for talking.
I will. Thank you.
Patchy coming through, representing LG to the fullest. Yo, straight up, guys, listen, and I'm coming to you, Kenny, because he gave me all the right sports answers. I feel like I might have even baited him a little bit into being like, you guys, what's the... And he just gave me every single answer he's supposed to. He's not just here so he doesn't get fined. He's like really talking the talk, and I like it.
Well said. And I mean, it's something we've said a few times now. It's not just about the on-camera performances and the big moments. It's also the mentality that he carries. It's the relationship that he has with the teams. He said, we still have to prove ourselves. They know this is big, but he's already thinking, this is not enough. I want an international. I want to prove it. I don't want to get there just by this one day. He knows that he's got to do it over time, and now they've had a handful of victories over a team like this. Early on in BSC, they took a couple. You know, they've been a serious competitors throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series, and I think this is the first really monumental win that we've seen them take, and I just think the mentality's there, the mechanics are clearly there. If there's a team you want to invest some Brawl Stars stock in right now, it might be Luminosity.
I got to echo those same sentiments, Reddy. I think LG has put on a show today, and I don't think it was an accident.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, they have a very probably the best spoken 17-year-old that I've ever encountered in my entire life at the helm of this ship. Conducting the crew, and also just fantastically skilled players at either side too. I completely agree with what you said. They have lightning in a bottle, and if they keep up this kind of consistency, they meet their goals, they go to that international land that they desire so much to sort of officiate what I think they in their hearts already know, them being a top tier competitor from the NA region. Then that'll be what they really need to know for sure, that this is a new era of Brawl Stars, at least in North America, that we're seeing unfolding before our very eyes.
Great stuff, guys. It's been a fantastic evening as well. And you're right, there's not a lot to be sure of. The only thing I'm sure of is that we don't know what's on the other side. This concludes our open finals here at Brawl Stars. Euromean is still going on, so don't miss those broadcasts. But for myself, my friends, thank you guys so much. Shout outs to our partners with DHL, Samsung, Snapdragon, Monster Energy, and the US Air Force. And of course, shout out to you guys in chat. We'll see you on the other side.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.